Thanks very much, and welcome back. We are reconvening the session that began last night. We're coming out of recess, and so may I get a motion to come back into session?
I'll motion to come back into session.
We have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, and let's have a roll call vote, please. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Roll call with your names, please.
Aye, Steve Bruger.
Wendy Perard.
Eric Obo, aye.
JJ Gonzalez, aye.
Jeremy Muir, aye.
Dan Pava, yes.
Thank you. So, since we introduced ourselves, I don't think we need a roll call. We're good. So, where we left last night on the agenda was there's one more party of standing, and that's Ashley Schonauer. And Mr. Schonauer, if you could come up and be resworn and begin your presentation. Thank you.
I do. My name's Ashley Schonauer. The address is 12 Mariano Road, Santa Fe, 87508. Is the PowerPoint ready? This is to advance, and this is to go back.
Right, for all those who speak, the acoustics in this room aren't great, so please, when you're speaking, please use the microphones. That will really help everybody. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay? Okay. Okay, my name's Ashley Schonauer. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you on this issue. I live in El Dorado and with my wife. I'm participating in this hearing separately because my background is unique and I think would provide some helpful input for your decision. I'm a lawyer, retired from the practice of law in June 2022, but that was after most recently 17 years of work with the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission. And in that job, I worked for 5 years, started as a staff attorney, and then moved on to become a hearing examiner in 2010. And in the last 3 years, I was the chief hearing examiner. And in that period of time, I did a lot of work in terms of utility cases, procurements of resources, and related to that, the siting of utility resources. So I have a background and a feel for what utilities are looking for in terms of where they want to locate their resources. Okay, it works. The first slide here, because I'm a lawyer, I try to focus on the law and the duties of you folks, as you can see on that slide, is to hold public hearings, take final action, and issue orders regarding conditional use permits. And the way you do that is by having a hearing and reviewing the application for compliance with the SLDC and other applicable law. So you're actually looking at what the SLDC requires. Here is the main thing that the SLDC requires in terms of conditional use permits. This sets forth the criteria. I highlighted the three criteria that I believe are impacted by this application. And you've heard them. I think other parties have discussed those already. What I'd like to do today is talk about 5 things. First, AES-related fires, explosion and toxic gases. That relates to the first 2 of those criteria that for a conditional use permit. The second one is its inconsistency with the county's Sustainable Growth Management Plan. That is number 7 of on the list. And then next is violations of permitting requirements. That's really violations of SLDC permitting requirements. The SLDC establishes what is supposed to be included in an application for a conditional use permit. The fourth one is that this project is not needed to transition to carbon-free generation resources. And then the final section will be the hearing officer's recommended order. So we go to this first section. One thing to keep in mind as we go through these next slides is 3 themes. One is that all these accidents are related and connected to AES or one of its subsidiaries. The second thing is that they all involve harm. They all involve harm, which relates to that first criteria, first and second criteria for the conditional issuance of a conditional use permit. And the third thing is that the frequency of these accidents is actually increasing, not decreasing, as you've been told earlier in this proceeding. This is the 2019 explosion and fire in Surprise, Arizona. You can see that there were some pretty serious injuries involved to the firefighters who responded to that. The explosion knocked those people 75 feet back from the storage container. Traumatic brain injury, broken bones, burns, thermal burns, chemical burns, a lot of harm there. 3 years later, there was a fire in Chandler, Arizona. And this one was not an explosion. This one did not cause injuries, but the nearest freeway was closed, and the city of Chandler notified nearby businesses to evacuate. And again, there's AES and its subsidiary involved in that one. Then we go to Escondido, California, 2024, 2 years later. Evacuations were ordered for 500 businesses. Schools were closed, and shelter-in-place recommendations were issued for residents. Again, a AES and Fluence project. Then 4 months later, we come to Moss Landing, the Moss Landing fire from just a few weeks ago. That one involved 1,500 evacuations, and it closed US Highway 1 and resulted in a smoke plume in which residents who were not evacuating were advised to stay indoors, keep their windows and doors closed, turn off ventilation systems, and limit outdoor exposure. And here is what some of the people involved in that accident had to say about it. What's notable, I mean, the first one's obviously significant. The second one deals with the county spokesperson saying all the resources in the county and our neighboring jurisdictions were deployed to assist with this incident. Think about Santa Fe County. Then the next one is a resident who was 4 miles east of the plant said she had a metallic taste in her mouth, burning eyes, burning throat, and yellow residue over all her things. Here we go to a report. Publicly, as you know, I'm sure, publicly traded corporations have to file reports with the Securities and Exchange Commission each year. And the reports are for the benefit of their investors to let them know what's happening with the company and what risks are out there for the company. And what's interesting is that the first time this warning was included in their annual reports was after that second fire, after that 2022 fire in Chandler, Arizona. The first time they started notifying their investors about these problems. They conclude that the storage projects may involve events that are inherent risks of our battery storage operations. And then they go on to say that the hazards can cause significant personal injury or loss of life, severe damage to and destruction of property, plant, and equipment, contamination of or damage to the environment, and suspension of operations. And then they go to what's really concerning them, which is the occurrence of any one of these events may result in our being named as a defendant in lawsuits, asserting claims for substantial damages, environmental cleanup costs, personal injury, and fines and/or penalties. I tried to get from AES in this case information about what the claims that were made against AES in the course of as a result of all these accidents, those 4 accidents that I mentioned, and I could not because discovery is not allowed in these proceedings. I submitted a question in my list of cross-examination questions to be asked to AES about that issue, and that question was not asked for AES, so we still don't know. But one thing I do know is that last night I checked to see what kinds of insurance coverage P&M requires for its battery storage projects. You know, all of this hazard and harm in the end turned into money. You know, it's money. There's damages, and people are going to have to be compensated for those damages. And so I looked to see what kind of insurance is required by P&M, and it's a $1 million policy for general liability with a $20 million excess liability coverage. Think about that. That is, if you're looking for some kind of harm, people are talking about, oh, no one has ever been killed in one of these accidents. Oh, the fires never escaped the perimeter of one of these sites. But what you do see is a lot of harm, and you see a lot of concern for investors, and you see a lot of concern by the utility companies that deal with these kinds of projects. And what I also noticed is that P&M requires more coverage for a battery energy storage project than it does for a gas project, for a natural gas project. P&M has a contract with a company for service from a natural gas plant, and they require $15 million for the gas operation. But for the battery storage, it's $20 million. Next section deals with the Sustainable Growth Management Plan. This is the Santa Fe County's Growth Management Plan. There's been a lot of talk about Chapter 7 of the plan, which encourages and tries to promote the development of renewable energy in Santa Fe County. But there's also a Chapter 9. Chapter 9 deals with public safety. And Chapter 9 is just as important as Chapter 7. And Chapter 9 says that the current emergency response system is not sufficient to service our population today. In the case of a large-scale emergency where large numbers of county residents would have to be evacuated or hospitalized, the county and provider infrastructure and resources would be insufficient. Also, the county lacks an all-hazardous emergency response plan that's required by state law. It also lacks an emergency response plan for releases of hazardous chemicals that's required by the Federal Emergency Planning and Community Right to Know Act. And it also lacks a hazardous materials response team. In the course of this project, there was a fire in San Diego County in May of last year, a battery storage project, and not involving AES. But that fire prompted the government officials in San Diego County to move to adopt best siting standards. And this county's consultant, ATAR, informed the county fire marshal here about that, which prompted an email from him to all those people listed up there saying, I strongly believe we need to adopt more stringent requirements. And nothing happened. Think about it, though. What we have in Santa Fe County, we have siting requirements for landfills, junkyards, oil and gas drilling, mineral resource extraction, large-scale sand and gravel extraction, and concentrated animal operations. We also have a resolution that says that dealing with community solar projects, which are smaller, 5 megawatts, we're talking about 48 megawatts, where the county's preference is that they not be located on land with healthy, intact ecosystems and other environmentally sensitive areas, and that they instead be sited on brownfield, built environment, degraded land, or rooftop areas. We don't have the siting standards for this, and as you've heard, I think before, there have been requests that those siting standards be adopted, and they haven't been. Next one, we're talking about violations of the SLDC in terms of the permit application. The first one, SLDC section 6.3.1 requires the environmental reports to identify and discuss significant environmental impacts that may result from the project. There's nothing in that environmental impact report about AES's history of fires, or if fires and releases of any other battery energy storage systems. It's completely missing. It's also completely missing in the review that the county's battery consultant conducted. There is nothing there. Section 4.4.2. This one deals with a requirement for pre-application review by the county's technical advisory committee for CUP applications. The purpose of that is to establish the kinds of studies and assessments that an applicant is supposed to include in its permit application. And AES did not do that for its August 30 application, the one in front of us. It had, as I think you've heard, it submitted an application, an earlier application, finally in January 2023. And that was based upon a TAC review that was done in November 2021. But in the meantime, between the time of that TAC review and the filing of this application here, the county increased the scope of the permitting considerations that are required for projects like that in a December 2023 ordinance. So by not doing the pre-application review for this new application, AES was able to avoid the requirements that come with that new ordinance that was passed in December 2023. And what's the impact of that? Under what the company's hazard mitigation analysis addresses is only the risks to facility workers and equipment at the site. It doesn't discuss at all the project and site-specific impacts to adjacent residential lands that would be required if they would have been required to comply with the new requirements under that ordinance. And listen, look at those. The AES's history of accidents, the qualifications and limited presence of on-site personnel, remote monitoring, dry, windy weather conditions, potential for fast spread of fires, exposure to toxic gases, groundwater contamination, hazardous chemicals stored and used on site, risk to the natural gas transmission line on the western edge of El Dorado, and the capabilities and response times of emergency responders. All of that was none of that was considered because they didn't do the pre-application review that they were supposed to have done for this new application. Section 6.3.10.2 requires mitigation measures to be identified in the environmental impact report and says under no circumstances should they be deferred until the ministerial development process. They are being deferred here. What AES has done is they prepared a preliminary, actually it's a draft preliminary hazard mitigation analysis for this project. And they say that a final one will be performed as part of the detailed engineering process, and they'll include site and product-specific fire risk assessment and a first responder plan at that time. That's after the CUP permit is issued. That violates section 6.3.10.2. Section 6.3.11.1 deals with alternatives. The environmental impact report is supposed to be identifying and evaluating alternatives that could, I guess, lessen the impact of the project on the area and adjacent lands. AES's environmental impact report addresses no battery alternatives. There are battery alternatives out there. And there's long duration battery storage that maybe is a little bit early to be deployed, but that should have been discussed. But there's also different types of short duration batteries. There's different types of, which are really the 4-hour batteries. There's different types of those. And in particular, there's the lithium iron phosphate battery that P&M has actually been using. Yesterday, Commissioner Pava, you were asking about the use of batteries in distribution facilities. And P&M has started to do that. And they did that in a recent case. And those, they did for 2 different distribution areas and to become in service this past summer. And when they did that, in the case that they had to bring before the PRC to get approval for that, the witness for P&M testified to that statement up there, is that the chemistry they're proposing is lithium iron phosphate that has less, it's a more stable chemistry and less prone to fires. That option, that alternative was not addressed in the environmental impact report. And I think you heard it yesterday, the county's consultant confirmed that that is a safer alternative, but it wasn't addressed. This, most of what you heard yesterday was about the, climate change and the need to transition to carbon-free generation resources. But this project is not needed for that purpose. Right now, this is what is required by New Mexico law. in terms of to meet renewable energy requirements. 20% by 2020, 40% by 2025, 50 by 2030, and 80 by 2040, and then finally zero carbon by 2045. But already P&M is satisfying the mark for 2030. And I guess I forgot to mention this earlier. Yesterday, there was unfortunately a discussion that AES started regarding what it claimed was a New Mexico requirement for utilities to have 2 gigawatts of energy storage by 2034. And it pointed to a news article that indicated that the New Mexico Senate had passed a bill that required that. What was not said was that that bill never got approved by the House. That bill was never in effect, that requirement was never in effect, and it's not in effect now. That's what the requirement that is in place right now, is the renewable energy requirements. Also, I think we need to think realistically about what is involved in transitioning away from carbon emissions. Decarbonization happens when you retire fossil fuel plants. It doesn't happen on its own when you build a renewable project. A renewable project just adds more energy to the system, but you got to retire the fossil fuel plants. And that's what P&M is in the process of doing right now. And then when you do retire those plants, you replace them. And then you think about where that replacement is going to go in a thoughtful way, a way that makes sense for P&M's physical network. And listed there are some of the considerations that P&M looks at. The Energy Transition Act has some preferences for a location. P&M's physical network in terms of transmission availability, and also where P&M's demand is growing. So the Energy Transition Act says that when a coal plant's retired, there's a preference to replace it with a resource in the area where that plant is retired. And P&M's coal plants were in San Juan County. It had one, the San Juan Generating Station, that has been retired. There's another one coming up in 2031, the only other one coming up in 2031, also in San Juan County. So there's pressure to put the next resource up there. Also, P&M's transmission system is maxed out. Its existing transmission system is pretty much maxed out. And so what you see there is that P&M sites its new facilities in areas where there has been a retirement, where there's a freeing up of a transmission line to have that capacity be available for the replacement resource. The last one there is also customer demand. I think we're all aware of the Facebook data center in Los Lunas, and P&M has been adding a lot of capacity to address that demand, and that's likely to continue. So this slide deals with what is out there in terms of fossil fuel resources for P&M in northern and central New Mexico. The bolded items are the two plants that are going to be retired fairly soon. The Reeves natural gas plant in Albuquerque, that's scheduled to close in 2030, and then the Four Corners plant is going to close in 2031. Guess where those replacement resources are going to go? P&M's going to try and replace those resources with resources in those areas. In the Four Corners area, because of the Energy Transition Act, and the Albuquerque area, because that's where the demand is. The customer demand is in Albuquerque. And because with those retirements, there's freed up capacity on their transmission lines. The other three are scheduled are natural gas plants. Those are scheduled to be out of service in 2039. The La Luz plant is the newest of those and the smallest of them, and that one is capable of, P&M at least says it's capable of being switched to hydrogen. So the result of all this is that P&M acquires resources through competitive bids. I've been able to determine that Rancho Viejo project has been submitted at least twice to P&M for approval as a resource, and has been rejected every time. The most recent one on November 22 of last year. And finally, some consideration really needs to be given to the recommended order that the county's hearing officer issued. And we seem to, sort of not pay attention to any of that. But she made some important findings in her order. The first one that I'm pointing out is that this project is considered to be the most hazardous commercial or industrial facility in Santa Fe County. And the next one, the consequences of a fire from the project could be catastrophic because of its proximity to the surrounding communities of El Dorado, Rancho San Marcos, and Rancho Viejo, an area with an estimated 10,000 homes and approximately 25,000 residents. Next one, the scale of the project, over 200,000 panels and 570,000 lithium-ion batteries, together with the proximity to residential communities with homes as close as 500 feet from the site boundary, creates an unreasonable risk to the safety and welfare of the communities. This risk is compounded by the distance of these areas from county fire stations, none of which has a hazardous materials team. And then finally, she says, the evidence indicates the project would be detrimental to the health, safety, and general welfare of the area. Sorry. And would create a potential hazard for fire, panic, or other danger. And the project is inconsistent with the purposes of the property's zoning classification and inconsistent with the spirit and intent of the SLDC and SGMP. The evidence supports denial of the application. That was her conclusion after sitting through the testimony that was presented to her on December 4th. And I think the commissioners, I think, should really provide some deference to what she recommended. She's a trained attorney and has had a lot of experience in her prior work with public utility regulation. So I think that deserves some weight. So anyway, that concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Schanauer. Commissioners, do you have any questions? Steve?
Yes. Thank you, Chair. Just a comment, and then I'd appreciate, relating to your testimony, Mr. Schanauer, some feedback from staff and possibly AES. So one of the questions for staff is, Mr. Schanauer's raised that SLDC section 6.3.10.2 has not been met because a preliminary hazard mitigation analysis has been prepared and that a final analysis should be prepared. And when that was stated, if I remembered Ms. Eichenboom's testimony from yesterday, where she talked about tests that were done at the unit level, module level, cell level, and that, if I understood it correctly, the test at the installation level, lack of a better word, saved the day, but there was a question about the temperature level of the walls. And in your written report that went along with this presentation, Mr. Schanauer, I noticed that you mentioned that thermal isolation, the enclosure insulation, will be analyzed in the final HMA report. So if I understand correctly, that could go with your point that the final report is very important, especially given what Ms. Eichenboom had mentioned as well. So a question for staff is first is, do you believe that we have met section 6.3.10.2 and that is the preliminary hazard mitigation analysis sufficient, or do we need a final one? Then with that, with anything AES can add, do we need to worry? Long question, but gave it my best shot.
Mr. Chair, Planning Commission members, we found that the EIR was sufficient for the CUP approval, as a final will have to be reviewed before going vertical for the actual development permit.
Thank you. May I ask AES then, did I understand Ms. Eichenboom's testimony yesterday correctly that there had been test results that failed at the cell, module, and unit level, and that the installation level, those tests succeeded, and that she mentioned the temperature in the walls was a concern? And I think, Mr. Simpson, you mentioned that she had cited the interior temperature when the exterior temperature was more important, which speaks to the insulation between those two, which is identified in the final HMA, or do we know that now?
Good questions. So yes, we've completed successfully all 4 levels of the testing. And then the results that we showed you via video yesterday were actually from a redundant installation level test. So there was a previous installation level test that shows the demonstration of the fire suppression system, and then the final, like I said, the redundant test, which does the same thing but in the exact enclosure per the standard. In both installation level tests, it's demonstrated that there was no propagation outside the enclosure. We have additional supplemental testing of just the door in a dedicated test under other standards that demonstrates the mineral wool, which is a non-combustible material. We have 50 millimeters in every door, and that maintains the temperatures at an acceptable threshold.
Thank you.
Carl?
Mr. Chair, thank you. Mr. Schanauer, I know that you had mentioned that the replacement power, you showed the graph of P&M with the Four Corners area, the 2 plants are going to be retiring, and I know you made the comment that more than likely some of those systems to meet the Energy Transition Act would go in that area. And part of that, I think, is I know I've read a lot about this, and as they negotiated the ETA Act, because they were going to be closing the Four Corners area, there was a lot of tax base that was going to be left from that area, and there was a lot of moaning and groaning, and rightfully so. So I know there's been a lot of promises to put a lot of that energy back or something else in that area to meet their tax base, especially for their school system there. So I do have a good feeling that a lot of that replacement energy, renewable or whatever form it is going to be placed in that area. And so I just wanted to state that to the committee. The other question I have is actually of AES. This gentleman did bring up a slide that said PNM has rejected Rancho Viejo solar project at least twice, including November 22nd, 2024. If I can just get a response from AES on this.
Yes. Thank you for giving the opportunity. Mr. Shanauer, would you please be able to cite or reference that purported fact or claim?
Well, the most recent one was from you. You told me that
In November of 2024, 3 months ago?
No, we were talking about the current solicitation that was out there, and that
The current solicitation is due on May 14th of 2025.
the one immediately prior to that. The one.
So 2023 was released, or the prior RFP was issued in 2023, seeking resources for 26 to 28.
Yes.
We were not selected in that one. That does not have an impact on the maturity of our project. We now have an interconnection agreement. We've advanced our designs. We are now much further along in this permitting process. With the time frame through which this process would conclude, we could have a permit in hand by the time that our bid is submitted. So it's a much more complete package that I think is irrelevant when considering prior RFP. So I was confused and a bit baffled by the statement that the project was rejected in November of 2024.
Well, it was. That was the most recent filing that PNM made for resources, and your project was not.
Well, the project's been rejected already in 2023. So what they recently released in November, I believe, was in reference to 2028 resources that were part of that initial RFP in 2023.
Well, I mean, that's not exactly correct. I mean,
AES was informed in 2023 the project was not selected.
yeah. Well, but there's the same RFP was covering.
Mr. Chair, I think we're down a rabbit hole.
Yeah.
I think both sides have stated their opinions on this.
Sure.
Any other questions from commissioners for Mr. Wendy?
Mostly for staff. He was talking about the prelim meeting, and, you know, my experience with federal permitting meetings for prelim, it's really up to the applicant to determine if they want to come in and talk at a prelim. Is that how it is with the county? And having them not show up to a prelim didn't have any impact on the rest of their application.
So staff found that since the applicant had already applied for the pre-application meeting and met the technical advisory committee meeting, and since the use hadn't changed and the site layout hadn't really changed, we felt it not necessary for them to come back to a pre-application technical advisory committee meeting. And since then, we have actually implemented a 8-month expiration date currently, but that was done after the fact that AES had reapplied for the application.
I have a few questions. Mr. Shanauer, in your previous time before this commission in mid-January, there was a question about, you were asking to be granted standing, and we went through your qualifications. And one of the questions I asked was, have you ever, in your capacity as a hearing officer, reviewed and either recommended or not recommended solar and storage projects? And you indicated that yes, you were the hearing officer or the senior hearing officer for the San Juan replacement projects. Those are Rockmont, Arroyo, and Jicarilla. Is that correct?
Well, no, Rockmount was approved, but it never went forward.
But you recommended approval
San
for
Juan,
that.
there was another one, San Juan. It was Arroyo, San Juan, and Jicarilla.
Arroyo, San Juan, and Jicarilla.
Yeah.
And how far were those battery and storage systems from the closest residence or school?
It wasn't that really, the record was really not developed on that point. The issue in that case was replacement resources under the Energy Transition Act.
Right.
And so what we were trying to do, what everyone was trying to do, was trying to find resources that were going to be in the Central Consolidated School District. And
Understood.
so I guess what I'm trying to say, that wasn't that the details of what you're asking about were not developed. But I can tell.
Citing was not a consideration in that PRC determination?
That is citing. It's citing in terms of where PNM has transmission capacity. It's citing in terms of.
Citing in terms of the transmission network, but not necessarily the people in and around that area. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that wasn't an issue, but those three areas were in extremely sparsely populated areas.
Were they populated at all? Within a few miles of the sites, were they populated at all?
A few people.
Okay, thank you, but got it. I have a few more questions. Oh, Dan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me? Yes, good. So during Mr. Schonauer's presentation and having reviewed these PowerPoint slides previously, I had a couple questions that I had thought of. First goes to county staff. Does the county now have an all-hazard emergency response plan per New Mexico state law? Is that a proper question even?
From the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth.
I do.
Please state your name and address.
Jaume Blay, 1003 Calle Feliz, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87507. You want him to be sworn in?
If he's going to be presenting, yes, thank you.
You swear affirm the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth.
I do. Jeff Carroll, Santa Fe County Fire. I live at 53 Back Road, Madrid, New Mexico.
Thank you.
So currently, the county is working on renewing their all hazards mitigation plan with our new Office of Emergency Management. Okay.
Second. Yeah, that's on. Second question, this may also be for fire department. What? This is on. Okay. All right, folks. Second question I have is, does the county have a community right-to-know act compliant emergency response plan for hazardous chemicals? Or is that just something that will come out of what you just informed us about? It's currently being worked on.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Pava, I believe that all hazards emergency response plan will include the EPCRA.
Thank you. My next question goes to the environmental impact statement. I'll preface this by saying that I worked at Los Alamos for my last 20 years before my retirement 5 years ago in the environmental compliance section, and I did NEPA reviews and prepared EAs and EISs. So when I looked at the EIS, all 620 some odd pages, I was too surprised to see that there really wasn't a vigorous discussion of alternatives considered dismissed, specifically with regard to battery technology, since the purpose and need of the EIS was to cover the BES facility. So I would be naturally looking to see a robust discussion of battery technologies, and that it doesn't happen in this EIS. So would anybody care to elaborate as to why that was written that way?
Excuse me, Commissioner, can I just, so a federal environmental impact statement is different from the environmental impact report that is required in the county level. I think that's correct, but maybe staff can add some color to that. Thank you.
No, I mean, that's well taken. I'll accede to your clarification on that. I still think in a project of this import, perhaps at least some discussion of battery technologies more in depth than what I read would have been appropriate. But thank you for your clarification. For staff, you kind of answered this, I think. Was AES required to have another technical advisory committee review for the August 24th CUP application, and if not, why? Why would that have not been a requirement?
So since the application was they were applying for the same use and the same project size, everything was pretty much the same. The only thing that changed was, the incompleteness of the first application. They were not required to have a second technical advisory committee meeting.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to get staff's perspective on how that process is actually executed. The next is kind of a general comment, and perhaps Mr. Schonauer would like to address this, perhaps AEC reps would like to address this. As an energy regulator, to Mr. Schonauer, why do you think AEC has been invested in this Rancho Viejo project, given your testimony about P&M needs for decarbonization, renewables, and its transmission line network capacities? I will posit that could this power that could be generated at Rancho Viejo be used by LANL, Los Alamos National Laboratory, feeding into the proposed new power line across Caja del Rio?
As far as I know, LANL does not buy electricity from P&M. LANL has contracts with, and maybe, well, I don't know if anyone here, maybe you know who they do have contracts with, but they don't buy electricity from P&M. It's not a P&M customer. So I don't think that's the reason. I don't know the reason. I've been puzzled by this issue. The only thing, I mean, frankly, the only thing that I can compare it to was the P&M Avangrid merger. That in that case, those parties had an agreement to continue to try and develop that project until a certain date. And everyone was bound to develop that project up until a certain date. Then they could walk away from it. And they extended that project, that agreement, for a number of times, but they eventually walked away from it. So I don't know. One of the questions I've been trying to get information about is, what is Rancho Viejo Solar LLC? Who is it? I mean,
Mr. Schonauer, I wonder if we could ask a question about, I want to follow up the transmission question. You indicated in your slides that I think P&M's transmission system is maxed out. Your inference was that you put generation next to where retiring generation has been. Is the currently open P&M RFP requesting interconnection or transmission to the ZIA station on Richards Avenue?
The RFP is an all-source RFP. All options is what they're considering.
And they specifically call out seven substations into which they want power.
Into which those are the 7 substations in the entire P&M system. That's where P&M can accept transmission power. They didn't single out ZIA. They didn't single out ZIA. They didn't single out ZIA.
But they called out ZIA, didn't they?
Because it's one of the 7.
So there are only 7 substations within the P&M system?
For this type of the transmission power that they're looking for, yes.
So they are requesting power to be delivered to 7 substations within their system, and I'm not sure how many substations are within their system. They're requesting power in this RFP to 7 substations. Is ZIA one of those substations?
ZIA is one of the substations that accepts power from transmission, from generating resources, potential generating resources. It's not one that P&M is singled out for special.
Well, they've put it in a group of 7 of all their substations, haven't they?
And they're maxed out at the other ones too. So yeah, they're all maxed out, but they're trying to the way.
I'm confused because you say the new generation must go in other counties. It must not come to Santa Fe. Then why did P&M put this substation in their list of interconnection points for the requested all-source generation?
Historically, P&M has been criticized for going into a procurement with a predetermined idea of what it wants, and for a determined idea of what it doesn't want. In terms of, in the past, P&M's been criticized for putting their RFPs in a way that discourages renewables or something else. What they're doing and what they have been doing with these RFPs is trying to be completely agnostic. We'll take any kind of, we'll consider any kind of resource that you want to propose anywhere in our system where you think where it can fit. That's what they do in their RFPs now.
Thank you. I understand your point, and I think it's important to recognize that P&M is requesting interconnection of their all source. So, but it must transition. It must make that magical switch from methane to hydrogen by 20-something, or solar plus storage, or long duration storage. They're not really requesting new fossil generation other than methane that can be transitioned. Is that correct?
Well,
in this RFP that I'm sure you're familiar
no,
with.
they're leaving open natural gas.
Pardon?
They're considering natural gas
with transit for combustion turbines that will be retrofitted to burn some source of hydrogen in the future, right?
That'll probably be one of the considerations, but they're not ruling out natural gas without the opportunity to transition to hydrogen.
Okay.
It's an all-source RFP.
Thanks very much. Any other questions from commissioners? Please do, Dan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This goes to the batteries. I know we talked.
Speak into the mic.
This goes to batteries. Yesterday, we talked a little bit during the opening parts of this public hearing. This is an EIS, I'm sorry, a question directed toward AES. Again, about the battery types of lithium battery varieties. I'm noticing here in Mr. Schonauer's presentation that I believe the comparable sized or similar BESS installations and solar farms in New Mexico, 3 of them, are employing the lithium iron phosphate batteries. That's what I took from your presentation. Maybe you can correct me if that's incorrect, but I'm wondering if it is correct, why are you all going with the lithium ion? I think the public wants to understand this better, and not necessarily in technical terms, but maybe as a decision based on financing for the project, the capabilities of the batteries, all things being equal, the cost of safety systems. I'm not looking for a 30-minute answer here because we don't have a lot of time, and I'll stop my question at that point.
Okay, thank you. I'll try to be brief. So it's a great question. The unfortunate thing is that lithium iron phosphate, as well as other lithium ion varieties, do have the tendency to both catch on fire and create explosive atmospheres. The great thing about that is that we know how to characterize those hazards, and then we know how to deal with them. Same way we can characterize traffic hazards or airplane hazards or anything else. And so we've done a great deal to characterize those hazards, and now that we know them, AES, by the way, AES deploys multiple flavors of lithium ion for multiple places from multiple suppliers. So we're not glued to this variety, but the variety we presented is the most cost-effective that we have for this project, and that includes all of the different safety provisions and the operations provisions to make sure that it is safe as possible. One of the major benefits of this chemistry is that it degrades a bit less, actually quite a bit less. And so, as you may know, your cell phone loses duration of airtime over the years, right? You don't have as much talk time as you do when it's brand new. That's true with all lithium ion. And this variety loses a lot less than the others. And so we have to deploy less to maintain the same level of service throughout the 25 years of operations. That's one of the major areas of cost reduction. And it's so much that a little bit of extra, a little bit extra steel piping to address this direct injection system is kind of a drop in the bucket compared to the cost reduction that we can have. We go through, one last thing is just that we look at this as a total cost of ownership comparison. So it's not just capital cost. Other developers may be approaching it from that angle, and we see people trying to sell us projects at cheaper value with different batteries, and we say, yes, that's great that the cost is so nice, but over the course of that 25 years, it's going to cost us more. So we look at total cost buildup, all of the capital costs, all of the operating costs, amortized over those 25 years, and then we make that comparison, and this is the one that we found most cost-effective for New Mexico.
Thank you for the succinct response. It clarifies many things. I'm finished with my question. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Commissioner. I have Carl, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, is it okay if I ask a question of AES? Yeah, okay. It's related to a comment from last night. Okay, we'll see.
Let's hold that and finish with Mr. Shanauer. Mr. Shanauer, I have a few questions that were given to me by parties withstanding. So annual reports are required by the SEC to disclose all potential business risks, but they aren't necessarily a statement about the probability of risk or a likelihood of risk of any one project, are they?
I guess they don't pertain to a specific project. They talk about their battery storage operations, yes.
Thank you. Another question is, you cite to a July 31st, 2024 email from the fire marshal to describe the need for more stringent requirements. Did the county adopt more stringent requirements after this email?
No.
So they haven't adopted NFPA, I'm sorry, the site is missing. So you contend that they haven't adopted any more stringent requirements since July 31st, 2024. Is that right? Staff, is that correct? Or Fire Marshal?
Mr. Chairman, the 2021 IFC was adopted in October 2023. The NFPA 855 2023 edition was adopted December 2023. After the letter that Mr. Shanauer refers to, I believe that AES has been asked to implement NFPA 68 and 69. 69 is not required, but they will. They will be also submitting a smoke and gas plume modeling, which is not required. And the thermal runaway propagation prevention suppression system is also not required, and they are going to be implementing that.
Thank you very much. And one more question, sir. In key issue 4, in Chapter 9 of the SGMP, you indicate the current, and I think this is both in a 2015 and a 2020 SGMP, the current emergency response system is not sufficient to service our population today. In the case of a large emergency where large numbers of county residents would have to be evacuated or hospitalized, the county and provider infrastructure and resources would be insufficient. I think that's your site. Does that mean that the county shouldn't approve any development projects until that deficiency is addressed, including this project?
It means that the county should not be approving a project with the hazard, the risk that this project has. It can certainly approve other projects, but this project has...
So the county needs to make a determination of what it should and should not approve. Is that right?
Of course,
Thank
yes.
you. Okay. Thank you very much. That's all the questions I have. Any other questions? Thank you very much, Mr. Shanauer. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And thank you for carrying over till today.
Thank you.
Oh, you shouldn't have. And really, you shouldn't have. Please, no applause. Thanks very much. So next on the agenda is public comment. And so, correct me if I'm wrong, or staff, will you help me out here? Is public comment next, or is an opportunity? Okay, public comment is next. So folks have signed up previously, and Daniel's going to be running that. Please go ahead, Daniel.
Okay. Before we begin, I'd like to go over a few housekeeping items to ensure this portion of the meeting runs smoothly and efficiently as possible. With the current number of speakers signed up, including those with donated time, public comment is expected to last just over 2 hours. Each speaker will be allowed one opportunity to speak for a maximum of 2 minutes. Those with donated time will be limited to a maximum of 10 minutes each. These time limits will strictly be enforced, and a timer will be displayed on the projector screen. We will begin with speakers that have received donated time. I'll be calling them by name. Next, attendees who signed up to speak on their own behalf and are currently in chambers will be invited to line up at the podium. Let's see, where am I? For virtual attendees, please use your raise hand feature at the bottom of your WebEx screen. If you're a call-in user, hit *3 on your telephone. Virtual speakers will be called in the order the requests were received. All speakers, whether in person or virtual, must be sworn in by the stenographer before speaking. To maximize this time, we ask speakers to avoid repeating questions or comments that have already been addressed. Thank you for your understanding and cooperation as we work to ensure a fair and efficient public comment process. Our first speaker will be Camilla Brahm with a maximum of 10 minutes.
Please adjust the microphone so that folks can hear you. Thank you.
Can everybody hear me okay?
So everybody that's going to speak, stand now, and we'll swear you in. Everybody raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth?
Yes.
When you come up to speak, state your name, address, and acknowledge the fact that you are under oath. Thank you.
My name is Camilla Brahm. I live at 181 San Marcos Loop, Santa Fe, New Mexico, and I understand that I am speaking under oath. And I'm going to time this myself. Okay, I've lived in Santa Fe County about 9 years now, and I have been involved in this facility for almost 3 years when we first heard about it. I'm part of New Mexico for Responsible Renewable Energy. I oversee a website group, Facebook group, and have an email list of about 450 nearby residents. This is going to have to be short because I just found out I have less time than I thought I did. But in the 10 minutes I'm going to speak to you all, it's going to be on the developer AES and who they are, because this has not been addressed for the most part. And to me, I feel like it's a really critical thing. If you're going to start doing business with an individual or an entity, you should look into their background to see who they are and if they're acceptable and the right fit. So, as we know, AES is a global corporation, but they don't just do renewable energy. That's all new. They also have coal plants, gas plants, and other types of energy storage. On their corporation website, it says AES is deeply rooted in local culture and customs, and we invest in communities in a way that makes the best sense for people. Yesterday, I heard words like we're an ethical corporation and safety is our #1 issue. So when you look in I wish y'all would have time to research this company more, but I realize y'all may make your decision today, but there's a group called the Political Economy Research Group based out of the University of Massachusetts, and they have been since 2002 looking at the top 500 U.S. corporations and the pollution they emit. So in the most recent list from 2024, AES has climbed to number 28 out of the top 500 on the Greenhouse 100 Polluters Index. That has moved up from number 32 on the prior list. And then in also last year's list, or the most recent list, they rose up to number 69 in the spot of the top 100 toxic water polluters, moving up from number 75. As mentioned yesterday, they have over $40 million in environmental or in violations, including environmental violations, but this does not take into account all the legal actions and settlements that they have been involved in. In AES's most recent Q10 form, which you can find on their own corporate website. You check out you can see the current legal proceedings they are involved in currently, with sought out damages toward AES totaling over $1 billion. So I want to highlight just a few of their facilities to try to get an idea of who this corporation is. AES owns still the AES Alamitos facility in California, and they also had owned the AES Redondo Beach facility from 2002, I believe, is when they acquired it. Both of these facilities use what's called once-through cooling systems, which draw in the ocean water to cool their systems. And these pipes they drew the water into were approximately 10 foot in diameter. And the problem with this process is it led to the death of countless marine life because they were also sucked into this large cooling system. And then this water, when it was dispersed back into the ocean, was overheated and it damaged the marine ecosystem. So the actual California EPA states these cooling plants, the problems with these cooling plants is they withdraw billions of gallons of water every day to cool steam for generating electricity, and in the process kill millions of fish, larvae, eggs, seals, sea lions, turtles, and other creatures because they either get trapped or exposed to high pressure and heat. So AES was aware of this from the beginning because they had a lot of public protests and it just grew and grew and grew. And they didn't do anything till almost 20 years later when the EPA pretty much forced them to with their strict regulations. A violation just in June of last year at this same facility, AES reached a settlement with them and the EPA because of a violation in which the California regulators discovered that AES had exceeded the maximum annually allowed 1% emission of sulfur hexafluoride. They exceeded it by 17.5% over a period of 130 days. And I forgot to bring my water, but according to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, sulfur hexafluoride is the most potent greenhouse gas. Its global warming potential is 23,000 times greater than CO2. When they compared it over a 100-year time frame, and it's extremely long-lived with an estimated atmospheric lifetime between 800 to 3,200 years. Thank you so much. Okay. So, the folks who spoke yesterday about our environment, we're all concerned about our environment, but this is very disturbing to me. They also have plants in Indiana where if you look into it, there's so many violations where they pay the violations for air pollution, coal ash, water pollution, and they don't fix the problems until years later, same story, tight regulations and high fines or lawsuits. In 2021, AES Indiana paid out $1.5 million for environmental violations of roughly 120 times in 3 years. Oh, goodness. Okay, then you go to the AES Puerto Rico plant. PBS actually did an expose on this facility, which is still in operation. If you go look back in 2018, you'll find this expose where they operate this coal facility that they mishandle the coal storage and disposal, and it's resulted in an almost 50% increase in not only respiratory and cardiac issues, but also cancer rates. Last year, there were more. There's plenty of settlements with all of these facilities, but last year there was a $3.1 million settlement between EPA and their Puerto Rico plant for improper monitoring of mercury soot, hydrochloric acid. I don't have time to go through all of this, unfortunately, but if you took the time, because we all need to be taking the time to see, is this the right company we want in Santa Fe? Is this the right company we want to have our residents nearby? Is this the neighbor we want to allow them to deal with? When you look at their track record, what AES has done, caused, and continues to do, this should be a huge red flag, and it shouldn't be ignored. Again, you had a handful of groups yesterday come up and do their best to try to take your focus off of the issue we are dealing with at hand today, and they did it by presenting the seriousness of the climate change in order to sway you towards approving this facility that is a clear danger in so many ways. My career in the past 20 years is I'm a medical provider, I'm a PA. And my job role, and the number one thing is to first do no harm. And that means doing what is in the best interest of the person I'm taking care of, their safety, their health, and their well-being. I've looked up your roles, and respectfully, I know your roles, I think, are similar to mine. When you're making decisions about developments, you must take into consideration how it's going to impact the health, the safety, and the well-being of the public. So, the decision you make today is not about whether we need to transition to renewable energy because of our climate crisis. It's about deciding if this specific facility is in the best interest of the safety, health, and well-being of thousands of people who will be impacted by it, as well as the environment. It's been made clear that this facility is not in the best interest of any of us here, and it's not even allowed based on when you look at the SGMP and SLDC that's prohibited in this zone. And everyone, please take into consideration who AES is. This is stuff I researched from you can just do Google searches and find tons of information. It really has to be taken into consideration, please. So I ask that you consider all this and please reject the AES Rancho Viejo Solar Conditional Use Permit application. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, and please, no applause. Thanks very much. Daniel, next.
Mr. Chair, our next speaker is Lee Zoltoff. The maximum of 10 minutes.
My name is Lee Zlotoff. I live at 53 Camarada Road in El Dorado and have for 10 years. I realize I am under oath. You want me to pull it up closer? Sorry. Thank you. Good afternoon. As I just said, my name is Lee Zlotoff. I am the president of CEC, and I have lived in El Dorado for 10 years. And as demonstrated in yesterday's session, there is an enormous amount of information for you to try and process. I do not envy you. I've been working on this issue pretty much full-time for at least the last 18 months as a volunteer, and I still can't claim to understand it all. But there are some things I do know. I know that this county, including yourselves, have never been asked to consider a project of this size and complexity before. I know that residents have asked for a moratorium to establish regulations and guidelines to be in place before deciding on this project, and that it be considered as a DCI rather than a CUP. Both those requests were denied. And we know PNM has passed over this project in their RFP process no less than 6 times. What you may not know is that we reached out to AES to seek a compromise. As you may be aware, recognizing the need for renewable energy, we even developed an alternative plan for a microgrid system, such as the one currently being built in Taos by Kit Carson Electric. We said, look, we don't want to fight with you, AES, or with the county for that matter. Why don't we sit down and use your expertise as a $45 billion energy company to come up with a plan that works for everyone and addresses our safety concerns, or perhaps discuss relocating what you want in a location that is not so close to communities. Needless to say, those conversations went nowhere. Instead, AES has offered SOPs to try and blunt or deflect our concerns. One example. In their initial application, they said there would be no personnel at all on the facility during its operation and would be monitored remotely. We raised that as a serious concern. So then they said, oh yes, there will be people on site now. 5 days a week from 9 to 5. And they'll do maintenance. They've been building these BEST projects for years and never seemed to require people on site for maintenance before. As Mr. Schanauer pointed out, they tell us one story and their investors a very different story, namely that these projects do come with considerable risks, which has become clear to all the communities that have now experienced BEST fires, whether in AES facilities or others, all of whom are angrily freezing the development of any such projects going forward. A situation that is now becoming widespread across the country after the massive conflagration at the Moss Landing facility. These fires can burn for days or weeks. And with over 500,000 lithium-ion batteries over a 35-year period, no matter what AES promises, one or more fires at this facility is a statistical certainty. And even if the fires don't escape the facilities, which could happen out here with sufficient wind and a single tumbleweed, the toxic plumes from the fire will go wherever the wind takes them and could even easily devastate the real estate and tourism economy on which the city and county depends. So, while it may seem we are in opposition to the county's apparent support for this project, the truth is we are here for the same reason you have all generously agreed to be on the Planning Commission, namely, to serve our community. And we hope you would agree that the highest priority for anyone in your position or who works for the county is the safety, health, and welfare of the residents. Nothing is more important than that. Not trying to achieve renewable energy goals or reversing the effects of climate change, laudable as those things might be. But the cure can't be worse than the disease, or it is no cure at all. Our safety is, in some real sense, at the moment, in your hands. And whatever metric you choose, the community has made it clear they are deeply concerned about this project, be it by a margin of 10 to 1, 4 to 1, or even 2 to 1 against. We are not Luddites. We are not fools. We are not simpletons. We are educated citizens who believe we are being sold a wolf in sheep's clothing. This is why I implore you to put the safety of residents foremost in your consideration, and just as Hearing Officer Hebert did, deny the application for this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Daniel, who do we have next?
Mr. Chair, we have Christine Casano for a total time of 10 minutes.
Good afternoon. I am here today as a deeply concerned citizen and resident of El Dorado.
Excuse me, ma'am, can you give your name and address to the recorder? Thank you.
Christine Casano, 11 Cerrado Loop, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87508. What's that? And I'm under oath, yes. I am here as a deeply concerned citizen and resident of El Dorado. I have always been and will continue to be a major advocate for renewable energies, notably solar and wind. I moved to Santa Fe 3 years ago. I come here with a background for working for the environmental building industry. For years, I have worked for and with great leaders in this industry, professionals, nonprofits, all committed to working, all committed to advancing environmental and sustainable initiatives. I know firsthand that effective environmental policies must be guided by experience, unbiased statistics, and ethical principles. to ensure the safety, health, and welfare of their community. I have a firm understanding of both the benefits and risks associated with solar BESS. I also know that right now, the legislation and regulation in New Mexico is in its infancy. At the exact same time, our rural neighborhoods, our communities, they're being besieged by energy companies who are aggressively securing as much land as possible so that they can build their large utility scale and industrial solar BESS sites. As of all of this rapidly advances, local planning and zoning staff, such as yourselves, will be increasingly tasked with the incredible responsibility of to determine where and how these sites are built. It is my professional opinion these large-scale solar BESS sites should never be placed within 3 to 4 miles of any residential community. I was stunned when our small town of Santa Fe chose this project as its first go-to. AES proposes a 700-acre behemoth of 200,000 solar panels, 38 metal shipping containers filled with 570,000 lithium-ion batteries, surrounded by a chain link fence. They chose a drought-prone area, a tinderbox, dry grasslands with year-round high winds, prone to wildfires and extreme temperatures. They then cram it in between 25,000 residents, some perimeters as close to just a few thousand feet from a residential home. Why? Because this location simply saves them money. What has been proposed is an abomination of irresponsible haste and greed. As a concerned citizen, I'm still trying to understand how the SDLC code was quietly amended in 2022 to allow for industrial battery storage on rural fringe land. This is unreasonable. Multiple presentations in this hearing have clearly shown that this site poses an unprecedented risk to the health, welfare, and community, or the health welfare of our community. And who is AES? They're a huge energy company focused in coal and renewables. AES has $10 million in regulatory fines and violations in the US alone. Did Santa Fe even vet companies before accepting proposals? Does it concern you that in 2024, AES was fined $3.5 million in the US alone for water pollution, air pollution, and hazardous waste violations? Do their 3 existing BESS fires between 2019 and 2024 concern you? If you're not aware, perhaps write these next ones down. Does AES's 2024 legal settlement to Dayton, Ohio Public Utilities or the 2023 settlement of Indiana's Utility Commission raise any concerns? What about the $6 million fines in 2023 imposed by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission? What about wrong one. Outside of the US, AES has a stunning violations, corporate delay tactics, litigation, and environmental injustices, including the 8 million ton debacle of the toxic coal ash scandal in Puerto Rico, along with a $3 billion hydroelectric crisis in Chile, South America, all on public record. Do these concern you? Because this partnership concerns all of us in this community. So back to New Mexico, 95% of the people in this room yesterday and today are pro-solar, but we are anti-location. This is not NIMBYism, this is IMBYism, nobody's backyard. What alarms me is that you, the county, are making decisions about this project with minimal experience, loosely developed legislation, and without consideration for many of the unforeseen risks unique to our northern New Mexico climate. And then there are endless questions that concerned residents still have. Given AES's track record, would the county have its own independent consultant company monitoring this project's development? Do residents have a seat at that table? Does the county have any experience with large-scale hazard preparedness or large-scale evacuation planning? Would the county be capable of managing and monitoring AES's massive water use? If AES contaminates groundwater, would the county pay for the cost of the 500-plus residents on private wells to get them tied into community water? The quote I got from El Dorado was between $200,000 and $300,000 per household. Would the county pay for the increase in homeowners insurance policies due to the increased risk? Or would the county offer state insurance policies to homeowners who can no longer get fire coverage? There are many more questions and considerations, but I simply urge all of you to pause and consider the massive Best Fire that just happened 19 days ago in Moss Landing. Monterey County has declared a state of emergency and the fallout is still happening. Please consider what County Supervisor Glenn Church publicly stated on January 17, 2025. And I quote, "I was personally given the guarantee that a fire like this one that occurred here in 2022 would never happen again. In 2025, we know that is not true. This disaster is worse, and I will be requesting a thorough review of the county's permitting process and all safety and health regulations relating to battery storage systems." Santa Fe County staff has previously acknowledged that there has never been a commercial industry facility in this county that has proposed a comparable degree of hazard that this site does. Residents have no assurance that this county is even prepared or equipped to handle oversight of the project. Yet today, you are deciding whether or not this project advances. It is my educated opinion that Santa Fe's inexperience with renewable energy, combined with its intense climate, its selected partnership, the ever-changing battery technologies, and the grossly underdeveloped legislation in New Mexico's renewable energy, make this project on this land a 35-year-long hazard and a detrimental risk to our community. This entire approach is simply negligent. So please consider your oath today, which clearly states that the Santa Fe County government and its officials must be independent, impartial, responsible to the people, and that the decisions of developing policy be made fairly, legally, and as a result of fair and open process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Daniel, next.
Mr. Chair, our next speaker has one donation for a total comment time of 4 minutes. Dana Matlin.
Can you hear me? My name is Dana Matlin. I live at 53 Camerata Road in El Dorado, and I understand I'm under oath. I am the community liaison for CEC, representing over 1,300 volunteer subscribers, 932 who have signed our petition as of this morning. I have lived in El Dorado for over a decade and have 3 points I believe are pertinent. First, I'd like to speak to the containment issue. No one expects a fire to get out of control and leave toxic chemicals in its wake. No matter what ignites it, whether it's due to downed wires or a battery thermal runaway. We didn't expect what happened at Calf Canyon Hermit's Peak in 2022, which burned over 341,000 acres in New Mexico. Maui, Hawaii in 2023, which killed 102 people. Los Angeles this January, 11,200 properties destroyed and 29 people dead. Or recently at the Moss Landing in Monterey, California, where heavy metals from lithium-ion batteries contaminated the environment, and reports of health issues are still coming in. With our prevailing westerly winds, which are nearly constant and can reach almost 50 miles per hour, and the number of tumbleweeds that fly through El Dorado, no one can predict what will happen. My second point, we do want solar energy that is safe, so we asked AES. I asked Josh. I was at the table when we asked Josh Meyer to find a different location farther from communities. AES will not. To use safer, albeit more expensive batteries. AES will not. To bury the transmission lines they plan to put in. AES will not. We even asked them to work with us to create a distributed, federated microgrid system where they would be the providers of the utility scale portion. AES will not. AES has made it clear that they do not want to work with us to find safer solutions. For my last point, in August 2023, we informed AES of a major national, I'm very nervous, I don't do this. We informed them of a major natural gas line that runs along the western border of El Dorado. I know this because the regulatory station where the gas line emerges above the ground is adjacent to my home. And yet it has never and does not now appear in their application for a conditional use permit, even though all nearby utilities are required to be noted. We can only conclude that AES's omission is intentional. Over 2,000 homes in El Dorado receive natural gas from this line, and in the event the gas line ruptures, all those homes would be subject to explosion and fire. Some will say, just eliminate the gas line, but we all know that won't happen today or in the near future. The SLDC specifically prohibits any project that could cause public panic. The fact is, there are only 2 roads that provide exit from the entire western half of El Dorado. Should there be either a wildfire or a toxic plume, residents would be left to their own devices to attempt an evacuation. If this is not a recipe for public panic, I struggle to imagine what one might be. We're asking you today to not put a known fire risk with toxic chemicals near over 10,000 homes and an above-ground natural gas line regulator. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, our next speaker also has 1 donation for a total comment time of 4 minutes. This person is joining via WebEx. Carol Beetleman, will you please unmute your mic?
Thank you. My name is Carol Beidelman, 35 Tatia Road, Santa Fe, 87508, which is El Dorado.
Carol, I need to swear
Thank
you
you.
in.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You swear affirm the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth.
I do.
I have your name and address. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments on this AES project. I signed up at 1 yesterday for this time, stayed through adjournment, and it was unfortunate that AES was allowed to take 2 hours of the community's time rather than the 1 hour allotted on January 16th, which threw everything else off schedule. On December 4th, which is in contrast to this hearing, did allow cross-examination. Hearing Officer Hebert was a very good listener. The time to review, give considerable thought, do careful analysis, and make the appropriate decision against this AES project. I firmly agree with her decision. Simply stated, she said that this square AES proposal did not fit into this round cup hole. Most of us attending this commission meeting have been researching this project and going to meetings about it for years. So we already knew this was a massive and concerning industrial facility that required a more sophisticated process for evaluation than a simple cup. That's why we pushed over and over again for a development of countywide impact, or DCI, to be developed and used for this and any future utility scale renewable project. But the county could not be bothered to do that. At a March meeting, the county officials said that designating these facilities a DCI would be too much work and take a long time, but it could have been finished by now. Because that DCI was never developed, with the immense responsibility of looking the neighbors of this project directly in the eye, putting aside corporate reassurances and landowner enticements, and demonstrating that you have done due diligence in reading all the information and considering the mayor's decision. In terms of the speakers or those withstanding you allowed, on January 16th, you pressed the speakers against this project to say whether they lived in proximity, because that was important to you for granting standing. And they did, but you did not ask all that were speaking in favor who do not live in the vicinity. So I wonder who is influencing this decision with such negative impacts for whose benefit. You gave standing at that hearing to the Santa Fe Chamber of Commerce, which has a conflict of interest. Glenn, their ED, told you yesterday that it was a group of quote-unquote local businesses, but AES, a Virginia-based corporation, has stated it's been a proud member since 2024, which is when they submitted this application. Regarding the Sierra Club stance in favor of this proposal, I've been a professional in land and wildlife conservation for almost 50 years, working for the federal government and nonprofits, and I've reviewed renewable energy proposals. For the scientists I work with, just because something says renewable energy is not cause for automatic endorsement. These projects need to be examined very carefully, with the most important consideration being siting. That's exactly the problem with this AES project, and Commissioner Wendy pointed right to it in her question yesterday. Why was this project cited here? The answer is very simply because that landowner wanted this project on his land, a business proposition. He recently told a reporter he's been working on this project with AES for 11 years. And we were told by the former development team leader that AES has been leasing this land for this purpose for a long time. To say this AES project is a quick answer to hair on fire urgent is naive. Everyone understands the need to transition to renewable energy, but we must be smart from the start in both the design and siting, strategic, not opportunistic, proactive, not reactive. Let's get it right. If you get it wrong and something goes wrong, we'll set this transition back even further. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Beedwin.
Mr. Chair, that's going to do it for all the people with donated time. At this time, I invite anybody in chambers to line up at the podium. And just a reminder, moving forward, every timer is going to be at 2 minutes, and try not to repeat your comments.
Yeah, so my name is Jim McKenzie, and I live in Albuquerque, New Mexico. And I'm the co-coordinator of 350 New Mexico with 6,000 members in central New Mexico. I'm here today because the decision we make today has implications for the whole state and for our members. We are also dealing with a large facility in eastern Sandoval County that's twice as big as this, and so we're very interested in the process here. Before I go forward, Mr. Chairman and board, I want to thank you for the amazing patience you've had for this process we've been going on. I was around yesterday for this many hours, and the staff and everybody, it's setting quite a high bar for all of us. I also want to thank the opponents, because they have been very generous with me, because they have offered to support one of these projects in my backyard. So I really appreciate that, because I would also support that project in my backyard. My background is in industrial and commercial electrical work. I had a couple of companies, principals. I was a union electrician for 35 years, and I know something about what we're talking about. So I've been listening for the last 10 hours about what is it that the public doesn't understand. And my thing is, it's about how codes work and the layers and layers of protections that the fire code and the electrical code, the building codes, bring to this process. How do those codes get to where they are? Why are they good? How do they protect us? And why do they continue to get better? So why does a fire that happened 3 years ago actually help us today have a better, safer future? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Cindy Fuquay, 77 Encantado Loop, and I understand I'm under oath. Thank you. So we've heard a great deal regarding the climate emergency, economies of scale, potential profits, LLCs, etc. This project is not about the climate emergency, profits, or the cost of energy. With respect, the question before the Commission is, does this meet the standards with regard to rural fringe agricultural zoning? The people of the surrounding community, including Santa Fe, will be asked to absorb the risk of fire destruction, noise pollution, and property devaluation. As we have seen with recent Best fires, there is a huge expense associated with road closures, evacuations, businesses having to shutter, and people sheltering in place associated with the toxic fumes. We've heard about industrial revenue bonds, tax credits, and housing development credits. Where is the money for the homeowners in the event of ... Thank you, Commissioner Gonzalez. When you inquired of AES yesterday, who is responsible if a catastrophic event happens? What was the response? Can't speculate, but we do on the facility. Just released this morning, the Orange County Board of Supervisors has passed an urgency ordinance moratorium on permitting of large-scale battery energy storage systems facilities in unincorporated Orange County. The county currently has no regulations for BESS facilities. These facilities are necessary to achieve our clean energy goals, said Vice Chair Katrina Foley. I've lived in El Dorado 3 years, and I am very concerned about the overhead transmission lines that parallel Encantado Loop. You did not use this when you simulated site, the tie-in to the gen line. So these people, all of us that live on Encantado Loop, and your high-powered lines that will parallel us will absolutely devalue
Mr.
our
Chair,
property.
the timer has expired.
And I invite you to my house if you'd like to come see 77 Encantado Loop.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Cindy Fuquay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name's Carol Culver. I live at 12 Mariano Road in El Dorado, and I understand that I'm under oath. Okay. Members of the Planning Commission, my name's Carol Culver, and I live in El Dorado. In their lengthy presentation yesterday, AES showed us multiple slides with complex diagrams of battery fire suppression systems in an attempt to persuade us that this project will be safe. The impression that I was left with is that the lithium-ion battery systems are extremely hazardous, requiring intricate, redundant safety systems. Just recently, as we've heard, on January 16, a huge fire broke out in a lithium-ion battery storage system built by an AES subsidiary at Mossland in California in Monterey County. The massive fire burned on and off for days, and since then, scientists at Santa Fe State University have found in the soils within a 2-mile range a dramatic increase in surface residues of heavy metals that are used in lithium-ion batteries. Monterey County Commissioner Glenn Church said that day, "This is the 4th fire at that site since 2019. We've been given guarantees from companies involved in this that they were going to have things under control. Well, obviously that failed," he said. He said, quote, "Promises were made and promises were broken." What we're hearing today from AES is more promises. They're promising us that the facility will be built with new technology and that a fire will not occur, or if it does, the fire suppression system will take care of it. But if this facility is built 2 years later, this technology is going to be old technology, and promises made today may once again be broken. As we've heard, it's untrue that there are not safer battery alternatives. The job of this commission is to make sure that CUP applications comply with the SLDC, to make sure that they're not detrimental to the health and safety and welfare of the area. Please don't put yourselves in the position of saying in front of television cameras, promises were made and promises were broken. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. My name is Marlene Barnes. I live at 45 Camino Costadino in Dos Griegos, 87508. Yes. I'm sorry? Say that again? I understand you're under oath. Yes. Okay. Today, I wanted to really talk about fire. That's my main topic. We do live in a very fire-prone area. Every one of us in El Dorado, Dos Griegos, and all the surrounding communities are completely encircled by desert. And the desert is not at all what it looked like in the AES slide yesterday. The slide that they showed was obviously taken in the winter. The winter always has sparse vegetation. My property, which is 3.5 acres, hardly has anything on it right now. As soon as we have wind and rain for a couple of weeks, we've got a jungle. And I think everybody can attest to that. So, we cannot say that if a fire escapes from this containment, even with the fire suppression, they cannot really say that embers won't blow, flames won't go beyond the height of the actual container. If you looked at any of the coverage on the internet showing the Moss Landing fire, that fire, the flames themselves, were taller than the building. And there was obviously no wind that day because the smoke went straight up. So, the environment really makes a big difference. And this kind of facility does not belong smack dab in the middle of 10,000 homes. And nothing will ever convince me that it's a smart idea. Thank you. Please deny the CUP.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon. I'm Jim Wheeler, 95 Encantado Loop, 87508. I understand I'm under oath. My wife Nancy and I have owned our house for 14 years, and our house is 100% solar powered. We're located 2 miles from the proposed site, and we back up to the ranch where we'll have an unobstructed view of the connecting power lines. One could say we're literally in the line of fire. Last night, a question was asked whether there was anything that shows the potential negative impact on property values resulting from solar arrays. I have here a January 2022 study conducted for the Kansans for Responsible Solar, which, using data from case studies of industrial-scale solar facilities, shows that residential properties and land sales decreased in value by 6.5% to 30% for neighboring properties and 1.7% to 7% for properties located further away. Of particular interest, the study also found that many solar developers offer confidential good neighbor payments to adjacent property owners, some representing up to 10% of the property value, while at the same time saying their project has no impact on property values. There's an important caveat to this study. The case studies only examined projects with solar panels and no battery storage, and thus did not consider the impact of fire or loss of property insurance. Does a home that is uninsurable have any market value? We've heard how important and laudable this project is and how we are all in this together, and we need to accept industrial solar in Santa Fe's backyards, and we've been assured that nothing bad will happen. But I have a question, since this is in my backyard. If the worst case does happen, will AES, will the county, will any of the supporters come and backstop our property values and guarantee that we have an affordable insurance going forward? If not, this application should be denied. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Nathan LeBlanc. I live at 2711 Rincon Court. I understand that I'm under oath. As likely one of the few people my age that is able to get time off work to be here today, I feel that it is important for me to say, as a millennial who has been saving for 6 years since moving here to acquire a house so that I can put solar on that house, I am very much in favor of this proposal, and supposedly there are others. I think we should put every proposed solar system in Santa Fe County for the residents who are unable to afford their houses and must rent, so that they can also use green energy. And if there are multiple systems, we would benefit for additional economies of scale by having competing pricing between AES and whatever that other competing proposal that was discussed yesterday would do. This would reduce power prices. This would increase supply. This would allow further growth of various industries. I work in a software industry that is a solar-powered building since 2008. So I am very much in favor of this, and I am quite concerned that there are a lot of people here today and yesterday to say that I don't want batteries in my backyard. I would if I could. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, I am Paul Lohr. I live at 55 Encantado Loop, 87508, and I understand I'm under oath. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Planning Commission members. I live in El Dorado and Bordo Rancho Viejo, directly downwind of this project. When we bought our home 24 years ago, we understood that utility-scale power plants could never be built on adjacent property, and now you're considering changing that? The threat of fire alone is enough to cause my home insurance provider to cancel my policy or raise the premium and exclude fire coverage. That is exactly what is happening all over the country when the risk levels increase. My lender could then call my mortgage, forcing a fire sale, and of my home, forcing me into bankruptcy. AES states that they can insure their $200 million project, but they are a $40 billion per year corporation and can self-insure. I can't. AES proposes to run 2.3 miles of 70-foot power lines towering across my western skyline. You can't tell me that won't devalue my property value. These lines also increase the fire risk. Bury the power lines and use battery technology such as iron air batteries that cannot spontaneously combust, or move it to an unpopulated location. The argument that we drove cars without seat belts and airbags when we didn't know better is a platitude. AES knows better, and I'm sure you do too. The technology exists and it's ready to be deployed. AES is under no obligation to lower prices to consumers, but they do have a fiduciary responsibility to their stakeholders to maximize profits. County planning commissions are supposed to follow the rules and protect their neighbors, not bend the rules for a greenwash company that complains about the cost of doing business here. Reject it or move it to an unpopulated area. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Pardon? Kathy Shinkoski, 100 Verano Loop. Can you hear me? Because I'm not taking my mask off. Can you hear me? Hello? Better? Okay. Yes, I've lived here. Yes, I've lived here over 20 years. And the thing I want to address, my perspective on the particulate matter which is in the air, which I've seen increase and constantly bother me with my particular health problems. When inhaled over time, the tiny particles cause scarring and inflammation. And then we have valley fever, which resides in our soil, and arsenic. The valley fever puts off spores, and it's common in the southwest soils. Activities that disturb the soil, like windstorms and construction, i.e. massive, opening up of that 600 plus acres and disturbing it. Here we go, valley fever. Particulate matter in air from other states comes in. It bothers all allergy people. Pollens, juniper grasses, the grasses. And so we would be, the Dust Bowl 1930, 1940, clearing all that land. They pulled up the grassland and vegetation, put in trees and ag, severe drought, and then we had that. Most susceptible to health effects of our particulate matter are elderly and children. Effects: asthma aggravated, decreased lung function, premature death to people from heart and lung disease, increased respiratory symptoms, breathing, etc. El Dorado, 2 schools with less than a mile from the proposed site, 1148 and 4787 students in 8 schools. Out of 155,956 census of the metro area, 5 zip codes, 56,144 elderly people reside. That's over the age of 60. And children, 28,000. That's a total 84216. More than half the population, particulate matter, most susceptible to health problems before this even begins. And then when they clear it, watch out. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. My name is Mary Lou Jackson. I live at 36 Alcalde Road in Santa Fe, and I agree to tell the truth. And I understand I am under oath. After listening to what AES and fire experts have said, and I've read a lot, I've listened a lot, I do not believe that the proposed project is safe enough to put in the proposed location so close to residents and schools. The proposal is for combining components in a system that has not been built before. Please do not allow this, because lithium-ion fires will undoubtedly occur. And if it is not suppressed, as proposed, and if there is a failure and toxic gases are put in the air, toxic smoke is put into the air, we, the children, women, and men living near this project, will pay the price for hurrying to meet a county goal. Joshua Meyer said they've zeroed out the possibility of fire. If he is telling the truth, why will they build a 30,000-gallon water storage to wet down the area around the BESS in case fire should escape the containment? That means it is possible. And if it does, our properties, homes, health, our very lives are at risk. If a fire does not spread to our homes and schools, smoke undoubtedly will. People will be evacuated or ordered to shelter in place. Who in this room is willing to put your families, your neighbors, at risk? Do you want to stay in your home with your windows closed and your ventilation turned off? Do you want to have to immediately leave your home, not knowing when you may return? If this occurs, I invite you to come shelter in place at my house in El Dorado, all of those of you who do not live within that area. We were told yesterday there's no concern for our water because of the fire suppressant. AES proposes to use FK512 because it's harmless. What they didn't say, and what I read in the safety data sheet,
Mr. Chair, the timer has expired.
Is that it's not benign, it is toxic. Thank you. Please deny this.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, Lucy Foma, 714 Rosita Street, and I understand I'm under oath. I'm born and raised Santa Fe, and as a young person, I'm bringing 11 other comment cards from young people who waited hours yesterday to comment, but today they're at their jobs, so I want to give these to staff. There's a story about ants that are busy collecting food for winter when suddenly torrential rains begin. As the floodwaters rise, the ants start fighting over whose responsibility it is to carry the crumbs instead of uniting to protect themselves from the flood. This story is powerful for what's happening today as the climate crisis is already affecting us. Let's stop infighting. The solar project that AES is proposing aligns with the county's goals in the Sustainable Growth Management Plan, the Sustainable Land Development Code, and it even exceeds federal standards and national standards for safety. I'd like to share my personal experience throughout this process. In the many hours that I've spent at these hearings, in these meetings, taking off time from my day job to speak and support this effort, I've been hissed at, booed, followed, and verbally attacked even. As a proud Santa Fean, I believe treating my neighbors with respect, even when we don't agree, is important. And for all of my neighbors who just moved here a couple years ago, welcome. And I'll share with you that it's not going to get you anywhere by disparaging and belittling our county leadership and staff. So yesterday when AES was doing their presentation, trying to thoroughly assuage the many concerns that some of these people have brought up, some of these people who have hissed and booed at me left the room, very demonstrably left the room to talk loudly in the hallway. The county has a clear codified procedure for land development approvals, and it's the responsibility of the Planning Commission to follow and implement that procedure. It would be a shame if this well thought out logical process were derailed by a vocal group of misinformed and hate-fueled people, especially when factual and scientific evidence is available. Please approve this project. Let's not quarrel over crumbs when we can fight together.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Joe Pringle. I live at 41 Camarada Road, 87508. And I understand that I'm under oath. Thank you. I've learned two axioms in life that are pretty much always true. One is past behavior is the best predictor of future behavior, and believe what people do, not what they say they're going to do. And in this situation, I think AES has given us remarkable evidence that they cannot be trusted to tell us the truth here. You know, the couple of previous speakers, the lady that went right before me and the gentleman from 350 talked about how codified the codes are what's here to protect us. But it's my belief that AES identified Santa Fe County as a soft target. They recognize that we don't have the codes in place for this kind of facility. Yesterday, Commissioner Bruger asked, what's the definition of a commercial versus a utility scale solar project? So I Googled it, and typically a commercial project is 20 megabytes, and a utility scale is larger than that. So in a side table discussion with some of the folks from AES yesterday during one of the breaks, I mentioned that, and they said, yeah, but that's not in the code. So we don't have codes to address the placement or siting for utility scale projects here in Santa Fe County. And what I'm asking is that rather than reacting to, you know, an outside corporation coming in and trying to plant their flag here and get in to essentially an unregulated environment, that we proactively decide how, when, where these types of facilities should be located, and then come up with a plan as to where they should be. Right now, we're reacting. We're on our heels. They do this every day, and the county admits that this is the first time they've encountered this kind of situation. So I think we need to be proactive. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My name's Patsy Welch. I live at 14 Vista Grande Circle in Santa Fe, 87508. I understand that I'm under oath. I am a retired residential designer. I have a master's degree in architecture specializing in sustainable design. I know there's been a lot of talk about this project being a great sustainable way to generate renewable energy and a way to fight global warming. The definition I found for sustainability is the best in Oxford's Learner's Dictionary, and sustainable design is involving the use of natural products and energy in a way that does not harm the environment. This AES project is not a sustainable design. Now, the solar panels are, of course, because they take the sun, something natural, and turn it into energy. But these batteries, these are flammable, highly flammable. Lithium-ion batteries are not. And the likelihood of this project bringing harm to the environment is real, with the ever-present danger of fire, explosion, toxic smoke, pollution of the water, pollution of the air. This might not help global warming if there is a fire, and it might just make it worse. Just a few weeks ago at the battery fire in Moss Landing, with the initial explosion, flames rose over 70 feet in the air. I mean, it's hard to even imagine that happening around El Dorado, where I live. With these embers that there are a lot these burning embers that can come in these flames can travel miles on strong winds, which we know we have in El Dorado. And these kind of embers, this is how the fires in Los Angeles were spread. A lot of it was spread through these flying embers. And those landing on our flat roofs that have these huge wooden beams supporting the roofs could really be disastrous here. Not to mention tumbleweeds that could be turned into roaming fireballs roaming through the green belts. We have green belts that go through, there's open land that goes through El Dorado, but my husband and I joke that they're mostly just beige belts because it's just dead vegetation. I guess I'm finished. Please do not pass this project. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, Tom Rebsack, 62 Camarada Loop in Santa Fe. And yes, I understand I'm under oath. Well, there's a lot to say. A lot of it's been said. I only got, thank you, 2 minutes. So I'm going to limit it to 3 things. One is, have you seen the Sky Ranch down in Los Lunas? I mean, it's a beautiful thing. It's bigger than this proposed solar farm. It's got the battery, the whole thing, and it's totally by itself. You look at it, you can't see a single house, a single school, a single church. It's the perfect location. They get all the benefits and none of the risk. That's where this thing ought to go. Yeah, thank you. Okay, here's a little pop quiz for you. I'm a retired teacher, so you got an object 1 mile away. It's moving at 20 miles an hour. How long does it take to get there? Oh, come on, my 9-year-old grandson got this. 3 minutes. 20 goes into 63 times, right? That's how far I live from this facility, the proposed facility. 3 minutes. Now, that's the worst case scenario. You got to have fire, which they admit they're going to have. It's got to get on a containment, which they say is possible, unlikely, but possible. And then if you think a chain link fence and 20 feet of gravel is going to hold it in, you're dreaming. Wake up. It's not in this tinderbox in these winds. So just remember when you're making this decision, my neighbors and I live 3 minutes from oblivion because, you know, they give themselves 30 minutes to call the fire department. And the fire chief says 10 to 15 minutes to muster the forces. But then I'm burned. The whole neighborhood's burned. And lastly but not least, you know, they're relying a lot on these new batteries. You know what's driving the batteries? The newness, not safety. And this is according to professional journals I read. It's performance. It's capacity and endurance and profit. And safety tends to lag behind. So please, you got plenty of reasons. Say no to this thing. Don't take the risk. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. My name is Jeff Forsman. I live at
3 Jacinto Court in El Dorado. And I know I'm under oath. So you've heard a lot about objections to this particular location. And I think, Wendy, you asked the question yesterday, did they look anyplace else? I'm not sure I heard the answer. But anyway, I really want to talk about the benefits of locating this someplace else. One of the key things is if you locate it someplace else, you can get more land and you can make it bigger and you can provide enough energy to supply the whole county, not just the city. So, I was looking at PNM's portfolio of projects that they've got for implementation in the next 3 years. Every single one of them is bigger than this. The average one is 175 megawatts. Now here we're living in the county of Santa Fe. There's 68,000 homes in Santa Fe, 37,000 in the city. Guess what? 175 megawatts would be enough to satisfy the energy needs of the whole county. So that's really an important thing, right? So the question is, what do you do? Where do you find this place? Well, last May, the CEC wrote a report and they identified one out of many, many locations that are possible, mostly in the more southern part of the state, down in the Stanley, Klein's Corners areas. But they identified a site that was 1,200 acres. Guess what? That's almost perfectly sized for a 175 megawatt installation that has all the other characteristics that they're talking about, solar plus battery, etc. So, I ask you as representatives to try to support the well-being of the whole community, of the whole county. Let's not go for a cup. Let's go for a full glass that satisfies the needs of everybody.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Katie Singer, 310 Lomita Street, and I understand I'm under oath. Most discussions here look at solar and batteries at the point of operation. The vast majority of energy is consumed and the vast majority of toxins are emitted during manufacture. So if you look, if you include the extractions, smelting, intercontinental shipping, water use, refining, I could go on. If you look at those processes, you cannot call this clean energy. And then at the end of their life, solar panels are hazardous waste. I'll just say clean energy is a marketing term. I sent the commission several years ago an ordinance from Spotsylvania, Virginia, which requires monitoring of leach chemicals from a solar array deployed there. Solar panels crack. When they do, they leach chemicals into groundwater. This ordinance shows a way to monitor and requires to monitor those chemicals and to require the corporation to mitigate them. I would urge the commission to require that of any facility here. And I will close with another quote from Glenn Church, the Monterey County Commissioner, where Moss Landing's battery fire facilities caught fire. He said on January 17th, "We followed all protocols to a T, and still we've had these fires." Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
How's that? Okay, my name is Phyllis Turner. I live in Rancho San Marcos, 214 San Marcos Loop, and my house is about 2 miles from the proposed battery energy system. Oh, I must acknowledge that I am under oath. I share the concerns that this facility of this magnitude
with potential risks be placed in a close proximity to about 10,000 homes and 25,000 residents. My concerns have increased since reading about the fire at Moss Landing. I'm following a Facebook page of folks that are reporting their symptoms. And despite claims that the fire did not leave the facility and that the EPA did not detect toxins in the air, which witnesses report was a delayed assessment and also perfunctory, enormous number of people are reporting several days of respiratory symptoms, aggravated asthma, headaches, bloody nose, metallic taste in the mouth, and skin irritations. These symptoms have been prolonged. They disappear when people leave the area, and they come back when they come back to the area. I understand the planet is in trouble from our dependence on fossil fuels, and that it's critical to have alternative energy sources. However, to me, the placement of this facility in this location is like jumping from the Hindenburg onto the Titanic, one potential disaster for another. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi. Cynthia Broshi, 26 Red Raven Road, Santa Fe. Oh, and I am under oath. Thank you. I live in the San Marcos community. In the worst possible case scenario that people are imagining, my house could be hit by a toxic flume. I am happy to take on this risk, which is exponentially smaller than the risk of wildfires from increasing climate warming. I would be proud to have this solar facility in my neighborhood. I sought an unbiased second opinion from someone with no association to the applicant. Nick Linson attended Pewaukee High School, will someday inherit a house in town from his 93-year-old mother. He has over 30 years' experience in the renewable energy field, including working with EPRI, Primen, eSource, WorldWatch, as a consultant for municipalities, the Navy, etc. I have his 9-page resume if staff would like to see that. He's reviewed the project proposal and the arguments against it. He finds the project is sound, the science and the technology is excellent, and he recommends its approval. He also has fact-checked what I present here. Let's compare California's Moss Landing facility with Rancho Viejo. It's like comparing a stumbling brontosaurus with a hummingbird. Yes, one is descended from the other. There's a whole lot of evolution in between. The AES presentation really presented very clearly how these are superior batteries. These are modern facilities. For instance, the Moss Landing facility is in a 1950s era building where one huge building houses tens of thousands of batteries, which are old batteries, essentially adapted electric vehicle batteries. I've run out of time. I appreciate your thoughtful consideration. And I do not appreciate the threats, the implied threats towards our commissioners that I've heard here. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, my name's Nancy Peterson. I live at 21 Bonito Road in El Dorado, and I understand I'm under oath. I just would like to address a couple of things that were said yesterday. Mr. Mayor said that their new product that they inject into the batteries when there's a problem contains no PFAS, forever chemicals. But solar panels do. And anytime there's a hailstorm or one cracks for whatever reason, they're going to emit PFAS all around them, plus rare earth minerals that are also in there that poison the environment. And to the, I don't remember who it was that was speaking yesterday, but the lady said that El Dorado is not considered a high risk. Well, we're currently doing a CWPP. That will change that, but that report won't be due till sometime in the summer. And the opinions of people that say this will not affect your insurance, this will not affect your property values. The only way we will know that is if this is passed, and wait and see what happens. And that is not fair to any of the residents of the area. I can't afford to have my property value tank. I would want to leave if this is passed. I would leave El Dorado, but I won't be able to sell my house if I can't get insurance on it. So I would appreciate your consideration of the financial harm also that this will do to residents. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Andrew Rodney. I live at 4 Gavilan Place, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87508, and I understand that I am under oath. April will mark my 31st year living in El Dorado, where I own 2 properties. For 13 years, I've generated more clean energy from my solar panels than I consume, sending the rest back to my neighbors. I support this project. I urge the commissioners to base their final decisions on this project on facts and data and not unfounded fears. Opponents state that they consider this project a serious fire risk from lithium-ion batteries, but they lack evidence. The EPRI database, which we talked about or heard about yesterday, is something that I've examined, and it has shown that storage failure rates have fallen 97% between 2018 and 2023. I examined this database and have found 9 solar plus BESS fires in the U.S. since 2012. But one critical factor about all of these fires that needs to be understood is that none of the fires escaped containment of the facility. There were no injuries, there were no fatalities, there was no property damage. Last night, a commissioner asked the CEC to provide an example of a BESS fire property that caused property damage, and the CEC could not do that because it has never happened. It's curious that the CEC expresses no concerns about gas stations. One sits outside the entrance of El Dorado and is approved for that location, maybe by this body, I don't know. The National Fire Protection Association reports an average of 4,000 fires a year from gas stations. They also report that a car catches fire every 5 minutes. So the risk of fire in El Dorado is significantly higher from activities like smoking or a car fire than from a modern BESS. I'm going to move forward. I don't have much time. The pursuit of perfection can prevent us from making progress. This solar BESS facility is a critical clean energy project, which I support. As Mr. Spock wisely said, the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. The needs of Santa Fe County should take precedent over the unfounded fears of a small group who oppose this facility. I urge the commissioners to focus on the benefits of this project and carefully examine all the data. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Elise Hummingbird, 2714 Galisteo. I understand I'm under oath. This is not an environmentally friendly project in my view. We already live under constant threat of fire in New Mexico. We've been in drought over 10 years. These lithium-ion batteries have a history of igniting. Not only in this type of situation, but we've seen the same lithium-ion batteries igniting in Tesla vehicles and also electric scooters, resulting in homes being burned down and businesses. Also, when in this type of facility, when one of the batteries catches fire, water needs to be used to cool down the other batteries so they don't ignite. We can't afford to waste our water that way. Our water situation is always critical here in the desert, and it would be a real waste of our water to have to cool down all these batteries so that they don't ignite. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Planning Commissioners. Robert Griego, 3 Torchflower Court, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87508, and I am under oath. Planning commissioners, thank you. Thank you for your role in serving on this committee and making these important decisions for the community and listening to all aspects of this in order to make that determination. It is a heavy load that you have. The purpose of this presentation is for me to support the renewable energy project in accordance with to establish a sustainable future through local renewable energy tied to the grid. I wanted to focus on two issues that were identified in the SLDC hearing officer recommended order. One is that the project is inconsistent with the spirit and intent of the SGMP and SLDC, and also that the zoning is inconsistent with the purposes of the property zoning classification. The SGMP, as you know, is the county's general plan, which includes the county's vision and also the policy framework. In regard to the vision, the county did establish a vision in the SGMP, which included a definition of what sustainability was and sustainable development in Santa Fe County. Sustainability for Santa Fe County means meeting the needs of the present while preserving our land, history, future, and culture and other resources and our communities for future generations. Sustainable development maintains or enhances economic opportunity and community well-being while protecting and restoring the natural environment on which people, natural systems, and economies depend. So what is the policy framework? And I'm going to run out of time here, but there is policy framework throughout the document, not just in the land use element. All land use and development should comply with principles for sustainable development. All levels of county decision-making must consider sustainability, conservation of resources, energy, and green development policies. There's an economic development element which supports creation of critical economic infrastructure, and then supporting energy efficiency and renewable energy. In regard to the property itself, I would like to make the Planning Commission to consider that how the project meets the requirements of the SLDC and meets the staff requirements.
Mr. Chair, the timer has expired.
And whether the project is in compliance with all existing codes and standards for this district. Thank you.
Hi, Gary Runner. I live at 34 Red Racer Lane, South Fork, County Road 44. I've not, and I am under oath. I've not heard anything about the antelope or the tarantula that we have migratory area in that area. How does that affect them? I'm kind of riding the fence here. I'm an electrical contractor. I understand the need. I think the location is an issue. So what is the lifespan of the batteries and the panels? Will they pay for themselves before they're retired? As in wind generators? They don't. That's all.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, I will. Okay. Thank you for taking public comment. My name is Barney McGrath. I understand I'm under oath. My address is 19 Encantado Loop. So perhaps you recognize my name. I always write the paper, right? And I wrote a letter to the editor that, number one, says I agree with Marilyn Herbert very strongly. And number two, that we've learned from the tragic wildfires in Los Angeles that embers can be flung 3 to 5 miles. Okay, so there are a lot of houses within that territory. My house is one of them. Okay, I am an animal lover. So I live on Encantado Loop near the project boundary. I have 2 dogs that I love to walk, and we have roamed over this landscape many times, hundreds of times. I have walked around that area. I've lived out there for 15 years. I'm on my 3rd set of dogs. That's why we call this El Doggerado. It's a desert, which means the wildlife is somewhat nocturnal and sparse. But there is a small herd of antelope that use this land, and coyote, rabbits, cougars, bobcat, badger, Deer, grazing cattle, I've seen all the tracks. Bears have even walked across Encantado Loop in front of my house. Where he was going, another mountain range, I don't know. And now they want to fence it. Edward Abbey and Jack Luffler would be aghast. My second issue is with streetlights. Have you ever seen a new industrial facility that had a beneficial effect on the night sky? Development comes, light pollution follows. Have you seen the light pollution from the prison, the rail runner station, the National Guard? It's obscene. It points out that new legislation is needed to come up with LED lighting advancements. This bill is being championed in the legislature right now.
Mr. Chair, the timer has expired.
All right. In El Dorado, we don't have fences or streetlights, and neither should this project. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Victoria Clark. Victoria Clark, 3 Gualdo Road, 87508. I understand I'm under oath. Thank you, Planning Commissioners, for the opportunity to speak to you today. I've been a resident of Santa Fe County for 45 years, and I retired from St. Vincent Hospital after 40 years there. I'm here to voice my opposition to the Rancho Viejo AES application for CUP. Many people make the biggest investment in their lives when they buy a home, and they buy their homes based on living in a residential area, not in an industrial area. If you can approve a dangerous industrial-sized project in the middle of our neighborhoods, your zoning codes are rendered useless, and we can no longer trust that they will protect us. The most important reason is protecting us. That's what these codes are created for in the first place. The approval of a project against current zoning regulations that seriously impact the safety and lives of thousands of community members should be subject to voter approval. An industrial project should only be cited in an industrial zone and away from homes, schools, and hospitals. One more thought is that what businesses say they will do is less important than what they have done.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Michael Clark. I'm at 3 Gualdo Road in El Dorado, and I understand I'm under oath. I am a 33-year resident of El Dorado, 45 years in Santa Fe. My degree is in agriculture, specifically range management. I have been working in the landscape and property management industry in New Mexico for the whole time I've been here, 45 years. I know plants. Specifically, I know weeds. This project is going to create 700 acres of weeds. When rain hits solar panels, it drips off the sides and concentrates water. Plants grow. You have seen Russian weeds 6 feet tall on Cerrillos Road. The rain hits the road, falls off to the side, and the weeds grow. That blocks out light for solar panels. You want to put a gravel driveway around 700 acres? What's going to go underneath that gravel? Weed barrier? I don't think so. The proposition from AES says they're going to have manual elimination of the weeds and herbicides. We know what manual elimination of weeds costs and where are those weeds going. You put gravel on the ground, that ground is going to hold water, and it's going to shade the ground for the weed seeds to germinate. I am totally against this project. I live 2 miles from it, and I really want you to take into consideration the use of herbicides going in to prevent these weeds from growing, not just into the ground on our water table, but the drift that is going to blow with the predominant west wind towards my community that I love dearly after 33 years of living there. I strongly suggest that you reject this proposal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. My name is Butch Martin. I live at 85 Alteza, 87508, and I acknowledge that I'm under oath. Remember the saying that if I knew if I knew then what I know now, I'm sure that the much quoted Glen Church involved in the Moss Landing fire would love to have the luxury of foresight that you now have. Much has been made of other locations, but you probably don't know where they are. Now, I have a map, a GSI map of New Mexico that I obtained from Craig Johnson, Director of the Office of Renewable Energy, that shows the 9 million acres available for such a project. Now, I have, if you'll pause my time, I have a copy of this for each of you.
Please continue, and we'll review it subsequently. Thank you.
Okay. At any rate, the blue splotches are the available area. The red area, the pink area, is the best area for solar collection. Santa Fe's up here. I'm convinced that insurance underwriters are not going to care what kind of lithium-ion battery when they realize that 3 previous fires by AES, when they're considering this project, they're going to simply think this is another risk. I don't know how to do this calculation. 200 temporary jobs versus 25, 30 years of property value loss. I spoke with an assessor this morning who agreed that in general insurance calculations and the devaluation of property would eventually lower the county's tax revenue. And I'm pretty sure that some groups that support this wouldn't mind a different location. People don't come to Santa Fe to live next to a giant buzzing industrial solar scale battery utility. They come for the culture, outdoor activities, clean air, and aesthetic beauty. As realtors say, location, location, location. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Have to hold this up. Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Patty Sharada. Patty Sharada, 137 Principe de Paz, 87508, and I am under oath. My husband and I are 20-year residents in the Ridges, a neighborhood just on the other side of 285 from El Dorado. I am very concerned about fire. When wildfires erupt, they tend to do the most damage in the urban wildland interface areas, which is what all of these surrounding neighborhoods are. Climate change, drought, high spring and fall winds are creating already extreme high risk for fire in this area. I just believe this is the wrong location for this kind and size of project. I think this kind of large-scale project needs to be carefully sited. The amount of flammable vegetation really depends on the season, snow and rain amounts and temperature, as everyone here knows, and it can vary. I believe there can be much more flammable vegetation than shown in the photos that AES provided for the area surrounding the project. AES mentioned that there is no known evidence of proximity to a battery storage project affecting homeowner insurance. With the fires in Southern California, the insurance landscape is sure to change significantly. What will AES do to mitigate if there is a disaster? They refused to answer this question yesterday. In my neighborhood and the one north and south of me, they have one way in and one way out, and it is a very fire risk situation. We can manage the fire risks around our homes and neighborhoods, but for an installation like this, we have to trust you to do that and to make the best decision. Can PNM really guarantee Santa Fe and New Mexico will get all the power from this project? Because if it's sold elsewhere, we're taking the risk and not getting the benefit. I think the county and state need to develop, out of time, I think safety should be your number one consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Joan Mitchell. I live at 32 Camerata Road. It's in El Dorado, 87508, and I know that I'm under oath. I'd like to share with you an article from The Economist magazine from November 2024. It's a very brief summary of the article. Energy storage for the electrical grid is about to hit the big time. Grid-scale storage is now the fastest growing of all energy technologies. Innovative energy storage alternatives that go beyond conventional lithium-based batteries are rapidly evolving. Sodium-ion batteries are a promising alternative, being cheaper and less flammable. Notice, less flammable. This is particularly attractive for operators of data centers who can get cheaper insurance by avoiding lithium. This seems to be in contrast to some of what we've heard yesterday. Makers of sodium batteries, led by a company in China, will begin large-scale manufacturing for grid storage in 2025, which happens to be now. Form Energy, an American startup, has raised $1.2 billion to develop a low-cost battery based on iron-air chemistry. It will start operations in 2025 in California and Minnesota. In sum, an energy storage revolution is underway. Lithium batteries will rule for the time being, but many alternatives are following behind, promising cleaner and more reliable energy in the future. If you approve this project, it will be a dinosaur the day that it is built. We will be stuck for 20+ years with an outdated technology that creates more risk, and also which the materials are sourced from countries and other places. So say no, please. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Commissioner, and members of the committee. My name is Larry Fioretta. I live at 12 Encantado Road in El Dorado. I affirm that I am under oath. Thank you. The hearing officer, if I may quote, "The project would be detrimental to the health, safety, and general welfare of the area." And then the county has written, "The proposed project will not be a detriment to health, safety, and the general welfare of the area." However, the county has found 19 conditions to approve the project. 19. We have voiced many more concerns, way beyond 19. The applicant cited the UN Secretary General to seemingly endorse this proposed project. I used to work with Mr. Guterres. I cannot speak for him, but if he were aware of the many adverse impacts of this project, I am not sure he would endorse it, given the risks, and because he recognizes the importance of the health and well-being of local communities and their right to make decisions that affect their future. Here's the thing. Not every proposed solar project may be appropriate for a local community for a variety of reasons. We support solar, but we want it done right. As stewards of the land, we are obliged to speak out on the dangers and risks posed by this project. For the many compelling reasons we have presented, this project does not belong in our community. The safety, health, and welfare of the community should come first, and not special interests. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My name is John Lee. I live at 12 Camarada Road. I understand I'm under oath. I'm also speaking on behalf of my wife, Sue Forker, who's online at the meeting. When we bought our house, we were lucky enough to enjoy the well we have, which is shallow with our neighbor. We're on the gas line, so we would be one of the exploding houses in a worst case scenario. We accepted that if our house caught on fire, a volunteer fire department would try to put it out. It's a long drive from the end of El Dorado where we are to get to 285 on the only two roads that we know of that we can leave by. We felt mixed about it because we're solar supporters. We have a solar array. I drove an electric car to the meeting in the last 2 days. But when we stood outside and remembered how dry it is, how windy it is, how the arroyos are packed with tumbleweed, we were real nervous. So we went to the December 4th meeting. We decided no, 10,000 houses around this project doesn't make sense. No hazardous material unit in the fire department? You gotta be kidding. So we decided no. We also felt the San Marcos representative made a great presentation. Then there's El Dorado, 6,000 residents, 3,200 homes, medium age 63. What if they were all trying to leave at the same time? Wow. Thank you. We say no.
Thank you, sir.
Bill Undercuffler, 52 Old Windmill Road, Cerrillos, New Mexico, and I acknowledge that I'm under oath. By the way, Commissioner Brugler, welcome to the commission. I don't know if everybody gets a start like this, my first time too. I am a 30-plus year resident of Santa Fe County like yourself. I've worked 27 years in solar, 15 years focused on energy storage. My company has installed 1.9 gigawatts of operational energy storage. We're not associated with this project in any way. Some would consider us and AES a competitor, although personally I don't see anyone who's advancing renewable energy as a competitor. I've also been a firefighter for 20 years and served today as the district chief for the district where this project is planned. Okay? I will be in the first response for any incidents at this facility. I mention these things simply to give a framework to my comments. Today I speak as a private citizen and speaking up because much of the misperception and misinformation I've heard shared over these past days saddens me. We are better than this. For years, we have all benefited by pushing our pollution onto the shoulders of those living in the Four Corners area. Now we have an opportunity for clean, renewable, resilient power, but some cry out, not in my backyard, and that's what it is. You have fears, I understand. That's understandable. I have fears as well. As a firefighter, what scares me? Your living room couch, your memory foam mattress. When they burn, and burn they do, they emit the same toxic alphabet soup as these batteries, but in a constrained IDLH environment, immediately dangerous to life and health. Unlike your home, however, with its open floor plans and enhanced fire spread, these BESS units are designed, tested, and certified to contain and limit spread, and they're installed to minimize exposures. We've lived so long with our couches and mattresses, we've forgotten to be afraid, whereas BESS is new and scary. Okay?
Mr. Chair, the timer has expired.
With your permission, I can
Thank you. If you could
finish.
leave that with staff, that would be great.
Yeah,
Appreciate
I can
it.
also answer some of the questions that were left unanswered by Mr. Schoenauer if you want
Sorry,
later.
there's no
Understood.
opportunity for that. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jenna Fells, and I understand I'm under oath today. 600 Calle de Marcos, Santa Fe. I just wanted to thank everyone for the opportunity to participate in democracy today. It feels really good after what's been going on the past few weeks, so on a national level. I'm here as a resident and as a mom of 2 young daughters. I won't bury the lead. I'm in full support of this project. I recognize the risks and attendant fears posed by this project that have been eloquently stated by those in this chamber today. And while I understand those risks and fears, and admittedly, I do not live near the project where this is going to take place, so I'm sure a lot of people are here today are saying, well, why the hell is she up here talking? I was driven to testify today, February 4th, 2025, a balmy 60-degree day, 13 degrees above the average temperature for Santa Fe, for one reason: my daughters and our children, and the children in our community and in our world. It's easy to give in to despair about the future world that my daughters will inherit. We know it is causing climate change. We cannot continue to pump carbon into the air. Doing so is actively causing harm today. While I understand the fears of fire and fears of potential negative effects that can come from this project, we have the opportunity today to do something to change harm that is actually happening today. So I fully support this project, and I want to end with a poem, if you would indulge me, by Jane Hirschfeld. Let them not say we did not see it, we saw. Let them not say we did not hear it, we heard. Let them not say we did not taste it, we ate, we trembled. Let them not say it was not spoken, not written. We spoke, we witnessed with voices and hands. Let them not say they did nothing, we did not enough. Let them say, as they must say something, a kerosene beauty, it burned. Let them say we warmed ourselves by it, read by its light, praised, and it burned.
Mr. Chair, the timer has expired.
Let our children not say that we did nothing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Bill Brancard. I recognize that I am under oath. My address is 91 East Chili Line Road in Santa Fe. I'm actually a resident of the other community that's right within the zone near this project, and that is Rancho Viejo. Okay, I live on the northern edge of Rancho Viejo, right on the open space. Across the open space from us is the Santa Fe Community College, and right there is the Santa Fe Community College solar farm. I've been a resident of Rancho Viejo for 22 years. I'm a retired state employee, former general counsel and hearing officer at the Energy, Minerals, and Natural Resources Department. I'm fully aware of these kinds of energy projects as well as other energy projects, having regulated mining and oil and gas for most of my career. This project is in my backyard, and I fully support it. We need solar power. The risks, in my estimation, are minimal. Every year, 40,000 Americans are killed in car crashes, and yet every day we get in a car. No one has died from a fire from a solar battery farm. I urge you, I realize this is a difficult decision coming under a unique project under the county land use code. I appreciate the efforts really of the county staff in working with the applicant, having regulated the private sector for years. I know there's a lot of sort of pushing and urging of the applicant to get them to make changes and do the right thing. And I appreciate the conditions that have been put on the project. I think they will make it a much better project and one that can last and protect all of us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Peter Bond. I live at 15 Busquet Loop in El Dorado, Santa Fe. And I'm a registered architect, served on the Boston Planning Board, was elected in the 1980s. And I acknowledge I'm under oath. I had a PowerPoint. We got 2 minutes. I left it hard copy. You're welcome to look at it. There is a good article done by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, done as continuing ed on what a lithium fire is and how to deal with it and what the chemistry is and the approach. I noticed some people spoke of a lithium fire is being smoked. There is something called hydrogen fluoride that comes out of moisture interacting with a lithium fire. Beyond that, I don't have the expertise to comment. But it's something that you could share also with the fire department, sheriff's department. My concern that's somewhat unique that I didn't hear a whole lot about is that we have a 1,000-bed high-security prison several miles away, and I'm not sure what has been done for planning on how we would evacuate that prison or how we would protect those prisoners. You also have a Santa Fe prison across the way from it with 700 prisoners and employees and a sheriff's office. And so all of those are going to require special equipment and special training, and should be taken into consideration in terms of if you did have to do an evacuation like Moss Landing. You also have 46, I believe it's 6,500 students sometimes at the community college, which is also within several miles. In El Dorado, where I live, the average age in New Mexico is 38. The average age in El Dorado is 62. So you're going to have to be prepared to move people that are not at full capacity, or maybe not like yourself, out of harm's way if we have an incident of that sort. Being at the end of the list almost here, I don't have any other thing to offer to this. But I do oppose the special use permit. I don't think it's appropriate. I think this is wrongly cited. There's much better places to put this, especially with the batteries.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is John Sims. I live at 109 Mejolado in Santa Fe, 87508, and I realize that I am under oath. The question that I have is directed both to the Planning Commission and to the CUP applicant. The question is based on my experience at Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory in managing for years its environmental monitoring program. Environmental hazards and hazardous materials are central issues to the county and for the citizens living near the proposed activity, and analysis of these issues is required by federal and state statutes. The National Environmental Policy Act. Resolution of these issues is not found in the AES draft preliminary HMA. This report focuses, as it should, on the fire issues through the lens of fire protection and corporate risk management. In fact, the report defers discussion of hazardous materials and their impact on the environment completely. We have all seen the pictures of the smoke emanating from the ball of flames. We have heard about the wishes for more monitoring equipment and found metals that are used in lithium-ion battery chemistries in environmentally sensitive areas. Without a thorough analysis of these issues through the lens of the environment, how is the Planning Commission to conclude that the project is not detrimental to the health, safety, and general welfare of the area, and therefore approve the CUP application? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, sorry, I just didn't want you to go fall.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you all. My name is Elizabeth Foray. I'm at 140 Principe de Paz, 87508. My husband and I live across from, say what? I did it. Oath. Where was I? Okay. So my husband and I live across from El Dorado, the 285 corridor. We consider ourselves downwinders. So that's why I'm here. That's why I also support the nuclear waste that goes down 285, just as a side. I was here yesterday and I had such an education. I really appreciate it. What stuck with me, because we did come from San Francisco about 7 years ago, was what our fire marshal said. He said, the emergency response plan is presently incomplete. So I was about a year and a half ago, at the meet and greet of the emergency director, emergency management department. That was, his name is Brad Call. I have yet to hear anything else from that department about what is the emergency response plan if there was a fire. I mean, just an ordinary fire. I went through the 1989 San Francisco earthquake. It was a 50 square mile area. It was 1 million people. We thought we were prepared for anything after the 1906 earthquake. This was a 7-point. I had just finished work, getting ready to go home. Oh my gosh, we're over. Anyway, let me just say this one thing. Are we prepared for an emergency? We need to get prepared. If you're, regardless of this installation, we need a fire department. We need volunteers. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth West, and I understand I'm under oath. Thank you. I would be remiss today. I'd go home to my pretty complicated but marvelous life, for which I'm very thankful, feeling pretty awful if I didn't stand up here and say that I am of at least two minds about this. However, I also believe in when the time is presented to us to make a statement one way or another, even though I wish I could have both. Yesterday, I couldn't stay for the whole thing because I was going home to make supper for my ex-brother-in-law and my ex-husband, and we had a great time. We played music afterwards, but I didn't get to hear everything. So I came again today, and the same thing, I have to be someplace, but I thought, okay, I will say this. I actually hope you find a way to legitimately move this forward. Not because I think it's going to be perfect, but because the amount of fear and pressure around all of this has made me decide I think we need to learn more, and we're not going to learn more if we say no. If we say yes, there are going to be a lot of stopgaps along the way. Yesterday, I did not hear any of you gentlemen here sitting on my right from AES say, we know for sure this is going to be safe. I appreciate that. And the fire department, I believe, is going to be involved with you all if this were to go forward and learn a lot. That can't do anything but help us. I just recently got an electric car, an old one, it's a secondhand one, and somebody slapped it and said, you know, it's going to burn up, you could die. I'm taking that risk. I hope you will move it forward in some legitimate way. Oh, I'm sorry, my address, 318 Center Street, although I'm out with my family a lot south of town. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Jeff Webb. I'm at 21 Ladera Road, Santa Fe, 87508, and I'm making a comment and observation under oath. It's my first time I've ever appeared before any of you. Don't know any of you. I have tried to listen to everything and understand as much as I could. This is, I want to thank the chair for, last night I asked if it could get posted, so that I wanted to see the parts that I missed yesterday, and it was posted at 11 o'clock this morning. Thank you. Because I really wanted to hear everything. I'm a former Washington Director of Friends of the Earth, former Assistant State Land Commissioner here, as well as Assistant to the Secretary for Environment, and I've also worked for both the Forest Service and the BLM at opposite ends of my career. I think that this is a mistake, and I do not question anyone's good faith. I think it's been a torrent for me to understand, but I heard things to agree with everyone's presentations yesterday. I watched the hearing, right? I've done what I could. I think the whole thing is being done backwards. And I say this as, Bill Brankard from Emner made his comment in support, but this is backwards. We've got 13 million acres of land, of BLM surface. We've got 13 million acres of state trust lands. We can do a lot better by including people at the beginning and not putting everything off until the end. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Are there any other folks online who are interested in speaking?
Mr. Chair, we currently have one user online raising their hand. Julie Remeyer, if you could please unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Julie, I need to swear you in.
Yes.
You swear affirm the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth.
Yes, I do.
Please state your name, address for the record.
Okay, my name is Julie Raymeyer, and I live at 87 Rio and Medio Road in Santa Fe. I am thrilled about the Rancho Viejo project, and I strongly hope that you'll support it. The LA fires felt all too close to home for me, having lived through the Medio fire in 2022, which was just a mile from my house. Like the LA fires, it was worsened by climate change. The Rancho Viejo project will let us do our part to reduce those risks while also bringing major local benefits. For one thing, it's cheap. It will provide power at a fixed price for decades to come, while electricity prices as a whole are expected to rise substantially. It will increase our tax base by millions, providing money for schools and firefighters and roads. It will help protect us from blackouts, especially during major problems with the grid, which are expected to rise. It will provide renewable power for families who can't install rooftop solar. It will be a point of pride, making Santa Fe a leader in the clean energy transition. I did have a moment of fear when I heard about the fire at Moss Landing, but then I learned more about it, and for all the reasons that have been stated many times in this meeting, I was reassured. So while it's easy to concoct frightening scenarios, the reality is that the risk is low, far lower than the risks that I, for example, face by living next to a forest dried out by climate change. Furthermore, if Santa Fe rejects this project, it won't just deprive us of green energy, it will stoke misinformation-fueled resistance to renewable energy projects everywhere. Fear spreads just like wildfire does. Right-wing propagandists have championed the false idea that clean energy is dangerous, and if Santa Fe buys into it, we'll spread that false narrative further. Is Santa Fe really going to be a community the Trump administration can thank for slowing down the clean energy transition? Let's turn toward the clean energy future we want and need. Please say yes to the Rancho Viejo project.
Thank you, ma'am. With
Mr.
no
Chair-
further commenters, we would like to take a break. So just like yesterday, let's come back at 5 p.m. Thank you. Yeah, I know. we'll now come back into session. Thank you for the opportunity to take a break. At this point, the applicant has an opportunity to make closing statement. And so, if you would, Mr. Mayor.
Do I need to do that from here, or may I go to the podium?
I think as long as folks can hear you, I think it's fine to sit at the table, so then they don't have to look at your back.
Okay, that's fair. That's good. Good suggestion. Okay, well, where to start? First and foremost, I want to sincerely appreciate and extend my gratitude to everyone that's attended, not just the hearing today and yesterday, the one in December, the multiple community meetings that we've had over the past couple of years, for all the engagement, the time, and frankly, your concerns about this project. If I could applaud, I would, your sincere efforts to take an interest in your community and to invest your time in evaluating this proposed project. I would like to, I guess, cover quite a few topics in this closing statement here. First and foremost, at the heart of all this has been a concern for safety. At AES, safety is our number one value. That is not just a slogan, that is sincere. We are not in the business of making headlines or in experiencing failures. That's just simply not good business. But and being at the leading edge of technological evolution, we learn from when incidences happen. And so I want to spend a little bit of time to actually revisit a couple of the projects that have been mentioned and have been cited for as a source of the fear that you all have, and put those in some relation. So, at least as it relates to AES projects, those that have had incidences were prior to NFPA 855 entering into law or entering into code and standards. In fact, those projects were utilized in tandem with AES and the industry and fire professionals to explore the sources of those incidents and to make a higher and better standard, which has now led to extensive testing and a significant reduction in overall industry failures. When the Surprise project was built in 2017, that was 3 years before NFPA 855 ever came out, there was 311 megawatts operating of battery energy storage in this country. Today, there are 30,000 megawatts of battery energy storage operating in this country. That is 100 times more battery capacity that is operating as we speak in this country. That is a risk AES takes in being at the forefront of technological innovation and accelerating the clean energy transition, which is our company's mission and statement, and is why, as I said yesterday, I don't have a job, I have a passion. There was mention of the credibility of AES, and is this a good partner to work with in this community? And I would like to say a few things to that. Two of our executive leadership members at AES Clean Energy grew up and graduated high school here in Santa Fe. Their families still live in this community. Many of them live just as close as you do to this facility. I would think if they had the concerns of what this project instills in fear of you all, they would not have us pursue this. So hopefully that provides some context. My brother was born in New Mexico. As soon as this adjourns, I'm going to drive to Las Cruces to attend his wedding tomorrow. My mother lived in New Mexico for most of the 1980s. While we are a company based in Virginia, we have connections, probably stronger connections than most any other energy company that I know in this space, to Santa Fe. So this project is near and dear to our heart at our company, and we look forward to being able to supply this community with a local source of clean energy. There was, of course, citation that how can you trust AES when they've been subjected to, I think, $40 million of fines was referenced. We have not validated the website that cites all of those citations, but in taking an initial look, I think it's worth noting not a single one of them is attributed to AES Clean Energy, our renewables business, and more than 75% of them are more than 20 years ago. I noted that when I first started working at AES, the clean energy business was 30 people. We are now 1,500. I have seen from the inside a company that, yes, having operated for 40 years, largely in the thermal space, because our mission was to provide reliable, affordable power to, at this point in time, 22 million people. An absolute commitment to being the change that is required in industry to go from a fossil fuel-based source of generation to a clean energy future where we can eliminate air emissions and air pollution from thermal energy resources. So we've reached the point to where of our 35 gigawatts of operating capacity, more than 50% of that is renewables based. That is a massive transformation from a large company that is effectuating the change that we all need to see. Furthermore, many of those fines related to coal operating plants or perhaps even natural gas. Again, fossil fuels are inherently dirty. It's hard to operate facilities in that manner without there being the side effects. But at the same time, everyone expects the lights to turn on. So, I'm not going to speak, again, I work for AES Clean Energy. I'm not going to speak to coal and thermal pollution, which the point I was about to make is that AES is committed to exiting all of its coal energy generation this year. We will no longer be owning and operating coal energy this year in 2025. That is, again, a sign and a statement of a company that is taking the ethical and responsible road to transitioning not just itself, but being a primary conduit to helping communities, not just in the US, but throughout the world, transition to a clean energy society.
Excuse me, ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am.
So I felt that was worth addressing because I honestly, having been a former Peace Corps volunteer, I put a high degree of thought into who I work for. And with AES, I can clearly say I work for one of the most ethical and driven companies, or mission-driven companies that I could possibly consider. I would also like to, again, acknowledge the fear that many folks in this room have. If you look at pictures of some of these prior battery fires, again, it's a rational conclusion to arrive that this is something you would never want to see. And that is why, again, at AES, safety being our number one priority, we have cooperated with industry. We have worked to elevate the standards and the codes. And that's why we now have NFP 855. That's why you have UL 9540 and 48 testing protocols, because every single county or city in this country cannot expect to become an expert. That's why they defer to fire professionals and national code and electrical standards so that all projects, wherever they are meeting the absolute highest standards and codes that is required. And that's what this project will do as well. In fact, as Jaume mentioned before, we are going above and beyond. The NFPA 68 or 69 requirements, you only need to pick one of them. We are committing to both, okay? And of course, I understand that in making snazzy presentations and trying to speak eloquently, the bullet points and the words I say are not going to land. But that's why we were proud to be able to share with you all video directly from our UL 9540A testing, in which we demonstrated the exact worst case scenario of a battery single cell failure. And we demonstrated that there is no fire. There is inside the container, but it's out in 37 seconds. That is a significant step forward that we would not have gotten to without some of those prior instances from 2019 or 2022 for projects that were built prior to NFP 855. So we did learn through those. And now, again, having 30,000 megawatts of battery energy storage operating in this country today, that's why you have seen a decrease of 97% of failure incidents from battery energy storage from 2018 to 2023. So we feel extremely confident that fire is not a risk. We plan for exceptional levels of redundancy so that even the fire suppressant that was exhibited in our video, that's not even the first line of defense. It shouldn't even get there. With our monitors and sensors that would cut off the current to a failing cell before that happens. But should those fail, we have a successfully demonstrated direct injection of fire suppressant at the module level. And you all saw that. We all saw that yesterday of what that is capable of doing. And so my hope is that if my words don't land, our video of what actually happens with battery cell failures does. I can't point to anything more than video evidence. I think I'll also just comment again that many of the concerns expressed here about this project being a source of initiating a significant fire that's going to spread beyond our facility and engulf local neighborhoods. This has never happened before. There's not a single incident in this country of a battery energy storage fire spreading beyond its containment and property boundary. So is something possible? Of course it is, but let's make sure that we're making decisions based on probability. And to date, what most people here are concerned about has just never, ever happened anywhere. I want to again point out how responsible of a project this is. Not just going above and beyond in the requirements of fire code and really going, I mean, some people have tried to allude that this is, we picked Santa Fe County because this is easy, low-hanging fruit to take advantage of their permitting process. This has been the longest, most extensive permitting process I've ever experienced for a project. And that's not at all a slight at the county. In many ways, that is a tip of the hat, given the concern of the community. The onus is on us to address those concerns adequately, that upon even mention of concerns about noise, all right, we'll do a noise study. That's fair, we'll do a noise study. You want a hazard mitigation analysis before we have a full design set? Okay, we usually don't do that until we go to building permit, but we'll do that. So we have gone through extensive lengths of providing documentation, of engaging with the public. CEC directly, me and Randy Coleman, we've spent an hour and a half together, I think it was June of last year, talking about the distributed federated microgrid system. You know, I consider, you know, that's just simply not what AES works in. I could never understand if that was the county starting to create its own utility or if you were to engage with P&M, but great idea. But this is a solution that we can implement today and in the coming years with approval tonight. And, you know, I also offered to address all of CEC's membership at their meeting in June of last year. In fact, I think you all invited me on a radio show that I listened to. And so I promptly reached out and said, I would love to talk to your membership. I'll answer any single question you have. I was denied by CEC to address your board and to address your membership. So AES is going the extra mile to engage in dialogue and to have conversations and to do everything we can to try and build the trust and the faith that this project is designed to the absolute highest standards, that all risks are categorized and considered, and that we can build a safe and effective facility that will be a source of clean energy for this community for decades to come, in addition to exceptionally increasing the property tax revenue that can benefit this community. The 700 acres that this project currently sits on over a 20-year time period would pay $36,000 in property tax based on the most recent tax statement I saw. And we're talking about being able to generate in excess of $10 million that can go to the county for schools or for roads, other public improvements, another $3 million that's going to go to school districts, in addition to the gross receipts taxes up front. So this project is giving back to the community in so many different ways, in addition to being a source of resilient local clean energy and providing an avenue and a means for which Santa Fe, the seat of the state government, that's setting goals and objectives for this state to become 100% renewable energy driven, to participate that and to be a leader. And so we're proud to be able to, at the end of the day, the commissioners here are going to make a decision. And so AES, we're always going to respect the decision of the locality in which we are presenting a project, but we are honored and proud to be able to bring a solution to the table, because what we're in the middle of is an absolute transformation of how our energy grid works and where we get our energy, and the enormous benefit of being able to give our children and our next generation a world free from air pollution from energy generation. And this is 15 years away with PNM's goal to achieve it by 2040. That is so close, and we can do it. But every single community needs to play a part. Every single community has an opportunity to host its local solar paired with storage to be able to keep the lights on at night. And so we will respect the conclusion of this evening, but we are proud to be able to at least be here tonight to have gone through this process of engagement and to bring a solution to the table. Give me one more minute here. Again, I think I'll summarize again just the primary economic benefits that this project represents. 200 construction jobs, additional contribution to local services, a $200 million capital investment in this community, $28 million in labor and wages, $5 million in wages and material procurement directly here in Santa Fe County, $18 million in New Mexico-based manufacturing output. I already referenced this, greater than $10 million estimated in property tax revenues, approximately $4 million in gross receipts taxes. The clean energy equivalent of more than 37,000 homes annual electricity use. 2 decades of fixed price, low cost clean energy that will help combat inflation. And I know that the folks that are mostly showing up are the ones that feel like they have the most skin in the game. There's a lot of folks, though, I know in this community that are hoping that this project will happen, but perhaps they're working during the day. Perhaps they just assume that it's going to happen. Completely unscientific survey, but we got 14 inches at Ski Santa Fe last Thursday. Thought that was a great opportunity to head up there. I spoke to every single person I rode on a chairlift. I asked them if they had heard about the project. After a little bit of small chat, asked them if they heard of the project. I was actually surprised that the vast majority had. And I was curious to see where the conversation would go from there. Every single person I spoke to thought this project was an exceptional opportunity and they fully supported it. The only person that did not attended tonight in opposition and lived in El Dorado. Now, I know that you can't take that and the weight of that into your consideration, but at least from my own personal validation, being the developer behind this, I was interested in what the folks of the greater area thought. And I found that to be very encouraging. What better way than riding chairlifts with random strangers to ask what they think of a project that's going to have a significant impact on their community? And I was pleased to hear how many people thought it was such an exceptional opportunity. And they couldn't even comprehend the source of opposition. Give me just one more minute here to review my notes. Yeah, I think I'll close again, just kind of addressing, the concerns about safety of the batteries. So again, I want to commend and applaud all of the folks, just concerned citizens that have spent hours, days, months, years learning about something that they probably had no idea what it was before. And there's been a lot of information presented. And again, folks have learned a tremendous amount of information about battery storage and lithium-ion batteries, and it's really impressive. At the end of the day, AES is exceptionally grateful that there's been a third-party fire professional firm hired by the county to evaluate our proposal and to provide a non-biased review, because we understand that our words aren't going to necessarily land. And so with all the information presented, again, we would ask the decision makers to put stock in what the fire professionals have concluded in the strength and the heightened standards of national fire protection codes like NFP 855 and the UL 9540A certifications that all projects need to go through. And to know that at the end of the day, we need to meet all the criteria that was identified that was considered not yet fulfilled at a 30% design level. And we will not get a building permit to make this project happen, or a development permit as they call it here, if we do not meet all of that criteria. So I ask again that for the folks that are concerned, to place your faith in the local fire professionals that will be reviewing final documentation in adherence to the national codes and standards for the installation of electric energy battery storage systems, as well as the other national electric codes that this project has to meet. Because those are the professionals. They are the ones best situated to be able to evaluate a very complex and nuanced technology. And with that, I would like to just thank the commissioners again for your time over 2 days listening to an absolute outpouring of community interest and concern. And I don't envy a very significant decision that you have to make. But I do feel like our times require courage, and they do require very thoughtful deliberation and consideration of what our fire professionals and third-party assessments have evaluated this project in light of. And however you vote tonight, I'm exceptionally grateful for your consideration of the opportunity that we're bringing to this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Commissioners, at this point, please ask any questions you have of the applicant, of any of the parties of standing, of staff. And so I'll just go around the dais. Commissioner Pava, would you like to ask some questions? Thanks.
How did you know? Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have just a couple of questions. I think much has been summed up in closing arguments. Question I would ask of staff, I think, the topic of soil disturbance during construction was brought up. In the 19 conditions that are proposed for approval, do you think that soil disturbance is covered within the conditions? I don't see it specifically called out, but development plans are called out, whatnot. Or do we need another condition if we were to want to emphasize soil disturbance during construction?
I think it would not hurt to go ahead and add another one about mass grading in NOIs and SWIP plans. There's not as much mass grading on this. There will be the road construction, but besides I believe the best area, there's no concrete really being poured, so no soil work. They're going to use piers. So mass grading on this project isn't as large as it would be on a subdivision project.
So
if it makes you feel comfortable, that's a condition that could easily be added, yes.
yes, and my second point was the subject of weeds being created. This was actually kind of fascinating because when you think about it, it's systemic. You know, water falls on the panels. I've got panels. I don't even know how it go up on the roof to clean them. And it was brought up that water can fall, dust can collect. There's the weed issue, and I think it's a valid concern with the acreage under solar panels. Do you think that the conditions as stated would include a vegetation weed management plan, or is it implicit or should it be explicit?
There is a weed management plan. It's one of the appendices of the EIR.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
Please.
I was just wondering about the soil disturbance. Is that covered in the SWIP? Would that be covered in the stormwater?
Pollution prevention.
Yeah, pollution prevention.
So when they're disturbing more than 1 acre, they're required to do the NOI with the EPA and the SWIP plan before they can start construction. That's actually one of the submittal documents required for the vertical permit, essentially.
Any other questions, commissioners? Yes, Jeremy.
Yeah, I was wondering if you guys could talk to us about the herbicide that you're going to be using for weed control. What type of herbicide is it, and how harmful is it to any, I guess, water in the water table in that area?
I'll start by answering the question, and perhaps Matt Gordon, my permitting manager, can elaborate or correct me if I misspeak. So we did provide a revegetation management plan as a part of our application. We will commit ourselves to reseeding with a native grass mix that's detailed in that plan. Should there be any occurrence of deemed noxious weeds, we have a prioritization to utilize mechanical removal of those weeds as a first order of business, and we do have 4 full-time O&M staff that are going to be at this facility for 5 days a week. If that is not sufficient, or the spread of weeds or noxious weeds is substantial enough requiring additional methods, then we have identified the opportunity to utilize state-certified herbicides applied by a state-certified applicator. Matt, do we have a specific identified one?
Not one specifically, but we would follow.
Okay, so we would, again, if it arose to this, we would utilize a herbicide application by a state-certified herbicide applicator per the New Mexico Pesticide Control Act, Chapter 76, Article 4, NMSA.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any commissioners, any other questions? Commissioner Gonzalez.
You know, the questions I have is, how many projects of this size have you done around the country?
Great question. So I can't necessarily say I got most of the numbers here. I can tell you that we're operating 8.6 gigawatts of renewable energy. So that is a combination of solar, storage, and wind power. If you give me 1 minute, I can probably tell you the exact number. I want to say about 500 projects total. We actually are currently building if not the largest, one of the largest renewable energy projects in the country. It's actually in 2 phases. We already built the first one. It's a gigawatt in size. It's called Belfield. It's in California. And we're now building the second phase of that, which is another gigawatt. So it's a solar and battery project that's 2 gigawatts in size. That's 2,000 megawatts, which I guess would be like 40 times the size of this project.
And the other question I have is, how much do those projects cost compared to what you're proposing to spend here in Santa Fe for this project? Do you have any idea of the difference in prices? Because Santa Fe is kind of expensive. Land is expensive.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the vintage, right? There's cost curves of what projects cost from year to year, whether solar panel prices are declining or whether lithium ion prices are declining. And of course, the larger project you have, the more economies of scale. But for this project, for this size, it's pricing about as what we would expect, which is in excess of $200 million for a 100 megawatt solar project plus, roughly 50 megawatt battery at 4 hours. So I'm not sure if that answers your question, but yeah, at the end of the day, we are sourcing. So we don't necessarily build the projects directly ourselves. We contract with a local engineering, procurement, and construction company. We may source many of the primary components like modules or batteries and containers and such. But then we contract with a local firm who obviously hires a lot of local labor to then build those projects. And yeah, there's some markets, labor does cost more. But when you look at the overall CapEx or capital expenditure of a project, a lot of your bulk equipment that's actually, making the project happen and generating electricity is your most significant portion of that capital expenditure. So there's some variation between locality, but generally across the board, I mean, it's fairly comparable.
Well, that was the next question I was going to have. Who builds these for you? And you mentioned that already. You contract with local people, or do you bring people from that you've contracted before?
Yeah, so at the end of the day, we need to build a top-of-the-line facility. And so where local resources and local companies offer the expertise that we expect and the standards to build that project, we're going to always prefer local firms. I mean, they know the market, they know the labor pools, they maybe have the relationship with the labor pools. Only in exceptional circumstances where there just simply isn't the local pool of labor or a qualified firm would we source a company from further outside. But in New Mexico, we're aware of at least 3 firms that we would consider for this project.
The other question I had is on your return on investment. What if that is less than the cost to build it? What happens there? I mean, that's also a possibility.
Well, that's certainly one of the major risks that AES takes in any of its projects. Again, $200 million is not chump change. So we need to organize that. We put all of our development spend before we even know if a project will happen out the door to invest in creating the opportunity and the solution to be considered. And we bid a price that we are contractually binded by, that we believe we can deliver upon. And we feel like we're pretty good at what we do. So we generally do achieve the returns on investment that our investors and our executive board expects. But occasionally projects do become more expensive than you estimated. And that's just the risk of doing business. There's in the competitive nature of this industry, especially in open solicitations like with P&M, there is no fat, so to say, for AES to pocket. We are picking what our hurdle rate is, what our investors and our executive board expects, and every single opportunity for a cost savings in that project gets passed directly into a lower priced bid, because we know that if we do not price accordingly, we will simply not be selected and will not have a project. So our return target stays the same, and whatever may lead a project to be more costly or less costly is simply just going to be reflected in the price that we bid at the end of the day.
The other question I have is your purchase power agreement has been rejected by P&M twice, as I read in the materials. When are you going to try to get P&M to agree to that agreement? At what point is that going to happen?
Yeah, so great question. So I believe I addressed this in passing yesterday, but there's currently a request for proposals, an RFP for 2029 to 2032 guaranteed in-service years. We are targeting to hopefully bring this project online in 2028, so that it'll be guaranteed for 2029. And that project, again, it'll have to compete on price and on evaluation of P&M, looking at their system and determining if the price makes sense for the location. All of the concern about this isn't where P&M wants it, or P&M's rejected this before. If folks are that that confident that PNM doesn't want this project, I'm surprised why they've invested so much time in coming to these hearings, because you all can grant us an approval tonight. But if PNM doesn't pick the project because they believe that the power is not desired here, we don't get a power contract. So that's a decision for PNM to make, and any other discussion of that is actually completely irrelevant to considering whether it's an appropriate use here. But to answer your question, we will be submitting a bid May 14th, 2025 is the deadline to submit your bid for a project. And this will not be the only project we submit. We do develop throughout New Mexico. We have reached out to the state land board, and we've had some conversations. We've actually, Randy, after our conversation, I asked them very directly about the piece of property, the 1,200 acres that you all identified. And it was determined that there's not sufficient transmission capacity along that area. And frankly, the land board just never responded to our interest in evaluating it for a lease. So we do look throughout the state, and we do have other projects that we will have bid into this process. The short list notification for this RFP, we believe, or these dates can always change, but they're initially targeted to be in July with a final preferred portfolio selection in September, at which point you then are directly negotiating a PPA. So you have to have your bid selected before you actually negotiate a PPA and all the details and the terms. But the goal is to have that PPA signed by January of next year, so about a year from now, at which point it then goes to the PRC for a final approval. And we need all that to happen before we'll advance our design to 60%, 90% IFC, because then we have a project that we know we're moving forward with, and we can do the final design.
My last question is, what if something catastrophic happens to that installation? And I'm not meaning a fire or anything, in the containers, like a tornado or something. Who suffers the loss if that project is, destroyed?
Well, just as homeowners get insurance, we also get insurance on our facilities for that kind of scenario. But, solar panels are designed to be hail resistant. Insurance firms are very much engaged in our battery design and the review, and they attend our testing. Because all of that also influences what kind of premium we'd have to pay, because they're not going to insure our facility if they think that the likelihood of an incident is high enough. Everybody wants to make a return at the end of the day, and nobody wants to back or invest in something that has too high of a risk.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I've got a few questions, and on the same topic. So, if this project is approved and PNM selects you and the PRC approves it and it is in operation, essentially the way a PPA would work is that you are paid a certain amount by PNM for all the energy you produce. So if there is a big old hailstorm, a number of the folks have expressed concerns that if solar panels break, they will leach chemicals into the environment. I'm just wondering a couple things. In an instance where there is a hailstorm, for example, does your monitoring indicate that? Imagine that it's on it's in the middle of the night and your on-site staff are not there. When do you become aware of that kind of damage? And what mitigation happens at that point?
Yeah, there's a couple of questions there. So, as mentioned, we have sensors throughout this entire project, not just in the batteries. So at the inverter level and at the string level throughout the facility. So we get real-time information instantaneously. We're constantly recording data. And I think I mentioned yesterday, I have a solar and battery storage project under construction. Nearest home's actually about 250 feet away. And we are commissioning that project with the local utility. It's really cool. I mean, I'm the developer, but I'm still a part of the overall implementation at the end of the project, and I get to see the screenshots that they're sharing in that chat where, I mean, it's such a micro level of, hey, you know, this string or this inverter or this battery module or something, you know, isn't responding as we expect. And so then they're working through all of that so that the utility won't let us start to push power until we've fully passed all of the commissioning tests. And so it's really exceptional technology that we have such insight throughout the facility. So if there were an inverter going down or panels that were damaged, we would be able to detect that.
And if you didn't mitigate that, you would make less money, right?
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, we're fully incentivized.
If a string is out from a failed converter,
yeah, we have less production, less revenue.
So then you have motivation to,
of course,
rather than let them sit around and leach chemicals into the environment, you have motivation to basically replace damaged panels. Is that correct?
That's true. And so I'll also add that we have the technology where if we sense that there's unfavorable weather approaching, we can actually, with trackers, we can put them in what's called stow mode. So it puts the panel, depending on where the wind's coming from or what may be expected, the panels can be orientated in a way to hopefully reduce any potential damage. But, you know, these panels are rated to be able to withstand. And at least as you know, I'm not an environmental scientist, but in my 10 years of being in the industry, I have not become aware of damaged panels being a source of any kind of groundwater contamination. I know groundwater contamination has been, again, referenced as a common concern, and even with the battery and with our clean agent suppressant, we have no basis of belief or understanding that this project can be a source of groundwater contamination. It's largely a solid state facility.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just the first question I have is for Mr. Cisneros for staff. I know that yesterday somebody in opposition brought up about the noise, and I know the Sustainable Land Development Code for Industrial and Commercial does have the code there, and I know the noise study, from what everything was going there was a great presentation, but a lot of information. I just want to know the noise study that you received, or did you receive a noise study on this project, and did it suffice, or how did you determine whether it was below the noise levels in the in 7.21-4.1?
So we did receive the noise study. It was reviewed by staff. Concerns were, brought up by the public as well on those studies, and so staff went out and did our own monitoring, and we did find those levels to be acceptable.
So, Mr. Chair, and you did the monitoring, but how would you do the monitoring if the system's not there currently? What exactly do you mean by did the monitoring?
So we took levels of of what the surrounding area already were, and we accounted that took that into account with the study that was provided to us by the applicant as well, and we made a determination that the noise study for what the allowed noise that was out there, and for what was debated by the applicant, and provided by the applicant, and we took the two measures and determined that was acceptable.
And is that noise study available is it in the document package here?
It is part of the exhibits. That is correct.
Okay. And so now the other question I have is, well, I've sat here for a couple days now, and I've listened to this. To me, this all comes down to energy storage. The debate here is mainly, the safety, the health and safety, and I also look at health and safety as far as people's survival. And I know yesterday I asked a question about, and I know it's not in our real purview here about approval of this, but it's still in the safe health of individuals within the county. And so I know that we're transitioning now to battery storage, and this is all about energy storage. The holy grail is energy storage. The sun gives us energy, and we can capture it, but now can we store it effectively, safely, and efficiently to deliver power to our customers? And I looked at the curve that you showed here with the caught my eye right away, your third slide here, the global atmospheric carbon dioxide compared to annual emissions. And it basically tracks world population. I mean, it's as we grow as a population, we went in exponential growth at the turn of the 1900s due to science and technology and immunizations and clean water and industrialization. And so now we've been in exponential growth for the last 100 years. And the need for power is only going to continue to grow. That's evident. People want power, and at some point we need to transition. And the fear that I have, I know that we have to always push the envelope, but I even asked you about pricing yesterday, and it wasn't that I understood you didn't have to disclose what the pricing is, but I was trying to ask a general question of what do these things actually price the value out? And the reason why I asked this is that states that have been very aggressive in putting renewables on their grid have very high utility bills, like California, which is at 54% now, has a rate of about 33 cents average per kilowatt hour. Hawaii, who has about 40% renewables on the grid, is at 40 cents a kilowatt hour. Pretty much here in Santa Fe County, we enjoy about 12 cents a kilowatt hour. So I worry about those that are less fortunate, older people that are on Social Security checks, things along these matters. So I actually look at it as public welfare as well, that we don't get so far ahead that all of a sudden people can't actually live or afford their bills or have to make hard decisions. I mean, not everybody's as fortunate economically as many people here maybe, I'm not sure. But I hear this idea about, carbon-free, carbon neutral, clean energy, and there was one of the speakers that spoke tonight, and she did a very eloquent job, and I thought, it's not carbon-free, it's basically just speech, because you got to get the lithium. It takes, you generate, I looked it up, it takes about 15 tons of CO2 gas is created for every ton of lithium that's mined. You got to process it. If there's iron, if there's aluminum, you go down the list, the solar panels, the amount. So nothing is carbon-free, and nothing is carbon neutral. There is a cost on our environment, no matter what. And so I want to make sure that we keep putting these things very aggressively, and maybe that's the right way to do this. But I also do worry about the public welfare of the cost and how it's going to affect other people. And I don't know if you have any comments or if you'd want to share what these things are actually going to drive up, and if they're going to drive up costs for electricity for our folks here in the county.
Yeah, that's a very astute and philosophical question, Commissioner Trujillo. I really welcome it. So a few things. And I'll try and address all of them. Please remind me if I leave something unaddressed. So we are going to bid a price that is the same price in year 1 as it is in year 20. So we're going to put a price, and I'll tell you it's roughly a third of the amount that you referenced for your current cost of energy. It's roughly a third. So that price stays flat for 20 years. So, and it's an all-source RFP, as Mr. Schanauer referenced. So other sources can be bid. And the PRC, of course, then also overlooks and has to approve any power purchase agreement that PNM selects to make sure that at the end of the day, it is providing ratepayers a good deal. PNM can't just go pick a $100 megawatt hour project and say, go build it. They're going to say, why are you picking a project that's 2+ times more expensive than other opportunities? So I would say that in many locations, solar continues to be one of the cheapest costs of electricity. And even when you factor in storage, actually storage alone, there was an incident where there was actually I think it was a natural gas plant or a natural gas storage facility in Southern California that had a large explosion, I believe. And energy storage, and I forget the precise year, I want to say it was like roughly 2019 or so, Energy storage beat out any other technology to be able to replace, I think it was about 500 megawatts of capacity. And they could bring that project on, and I think it was like roughly in 1 or 2 years after this incident to be able to replace that. And so that was the first time that energy storage beat out a natural gas peaker plant in an open solicitation. So that was a huge mile marker. I can actually also reference, AES for the island of Kauai in Hawaii. My number might be slightly off, but the general point should still get across. I believe that our projects there supply, it's like 60 to 80% of the energy for the entire island. One of those projects is actually on the U.S. Navy Pacific missile range. So we have a solar project with energy storage on the U.S. Pacific missile launch facility. And that's also a microgrid because it has the technology that if the utility on Kauai went down, our project could continue to power that naval facility for, I think it's 3 to 4 days. But the point I actually want to make on that is our cost for many of these initial solar and storage projects on the island of Kauai were about 1/4 of the cost of what their electricity price has been. They were paying, I want to say it was, like close to like 35 cents a kilowatt hour, 40 cents a kilowatt hour, and largely dependent on diesel energy generation. And so these facilities have actually in many locations been able to significantly reduce the cost of energy to end consumers. Another point I don't want to forget. So yeah, it's very true. I mean, in our modern society, I mean, everything we use and consume has an impact. I'm not going to stand here and say that there's not some impact from the manufacturing of solar panels or lithium-ion batteries. What I have looked at is, and actually I wrote my master's thesis in college about a life cycle assessment in looking at a product and determining, not just its use, but its construction and what the actual full life cycle impact was. And again, my number might not be specific or precise, but roughly my recollection of looking into the life cycle cost of a solar panel is about 2 years. So we expect a solar panel to be able to produce energy for 35 years. The first 2 years is netting away the energy that was utilized to produce it in the first place. So at least on the solar panel front, we're talking about 33 years of a net positive benefit of removing emissions. And furthermore, I think the big takeaway, of course, and about when we talk about clean energy is that you can site this close to population centers. There's a reason that coal plants are usually very, very far away from population centers. I mean, they also want to site close to a mountain that they can take the top off of and have a close fuel source. But they produce a significant amount of air pollution that is detrimental to the populations nearby. This facility can operate for its 35 years with the only emissions being from the four personnel that drive to and from the site every day. And, hopefully actually they have EVs. And, for all the folks that drive EVs here, they may have solar panels on their house, but if they don't have energy storage and if they're charging their EV at night when they're at home, at least here in New Mexico, that could very well likely it may come from wind. It may come from some of the existing 440 megawatts of battery storage, which is 10 times the amount that we're talking about with this project that's already in New Mexico. But it could also very well be coming from the Four Corners from a coal plant, or it could be coming from a nuclear facility in Arizona, or natural gas in Albuquerque or elsewhere in the state. So if we really want to transition to full EVs, and this is something that actually I really got excited about when thinking one time when I was sitting at my community garden in Colorado, was just how loud traffic is. I mean, the nearest road was like a quarter mile away, and sometimes I was like, man, like I'm in my peaceful garden and I'm hearing these trucks and all these vehicles that are so far away. And I started to think about like, man, it's going to be so cool when we can responsibly transition to a full EV fleet where we're all driving EVs, and how quiet our cities are going to become. But we shouldn't be doing that if we can't transition to a full renewables powered grid, because then we're just going to be driving EVs powered by coal or powered by natural gas. So sorry, that might have been a long-winded answer, and I can't speak I haven't looked at the life cycle assessment of lithium-ion batteries, but the large and whole of it is that these facilities are a vast improvement on our traditional forms of energy generation, and they reduce the emissions to the air that people breathe in and out every single day.
You have questions? Okay. So, does any other, please.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
So I have a question for Fire Marshal Blais and Mr. LaBerge, from ATAR. Just want to set a little context first. So we have to make a recommendation on whether the project complies with these 7 criteria. And we have to do it based on the information that we have at this point. That's everything that's been presented, everything in the public record. And I have to say, I, for one, really appreciate all of the detailed reports, the detailed presentations, the presentations from the folks who had standing, public testimony. It helps provide the facts. But we have to make the decision based on what we know now. We're informed part by the staff report. And the part of the staff report that I wanted to ask a question on has to do with a staff report that came from you, Fire Marshal Blais, based on the material that ATAR had provided. And it is in the report that you provided, the October 9 report, that the review, as it stated, this review has concluded that a sufficient level of information has been provided to validate the issuance of a conditional use permit. The question is was this statement a determination of completeness of the application, or were you actually providing your assessment that based on the information you reviewed to date, that you would recommend in your assessment that we would meet criteria having to do with health, safety, and general welfare, potential fire hazard?
Do I need to re-swear in? I swore in yesterday.
Since you've already sworn in, no.
I apologize to the audience. With my back being turned to you, I apologize for that. So there are 2 questions inherent there, and I'm an engineering nerd. I deal in facts. It drives my teenagers crazy. I'm sorry. I will try and keep this concise. For the persons who truly read our report that we provided in review of the 30% design and the hazard mitigation analysis, the HMA. The HMA wasn't necessarily a reflection, well, the documents certainly weren't at 100% issue for construction. So we don't have enough information to make a determination of code compliance, either good or bad, because that's not typically what you have at this point. This is, as I said yesterday, we want to do this thing in this place. What we did with our report, we went very granular and admittedly very nitpicky. But the HMA was prepared by their consultant, Kaufman Engineers. Our report is a reflection, in my opinion, of the lack of sufficient data provided by Kaufman Engineers, not of the project itself, because we didn't have enough information to evaluate, and still some of the explosion reduction potential. The NFPA 69 system is still in design. The fluid dynamics models are still being done. The 9540 listing is still being done. So we understand those components have to be completed prescriptively, or we can't recommend approval. Our report is more a reflection, in my opinion, of the report that was provided by the engineering company who wrote it. If you look at the nitpickiness of our comments, These are the things that we expect the HMA to reflect. And as a third-party engineering company, they will have to get the data from the applicant to provide a fully complete HMA. So we reviewed an HMA that was not incomplete, and if you read it, if the public reads it, you'll note how we got there. So based on the technology and where the applicant is taking their engineering and the safety protocols, they have to get to where it's safe. The applicant doesn't have a choice for code compliance. It's really that simple. I'm product agnostic, chemistry agnostic. I represent multiple jurisdictions, both on the fire side and for transparency. I also represent developers. I'm agnostic on who. My goal, my focus, I wore a badge for a decade. My badge was a signification, not of power, but one of, this is my visible commitment to my community of fire and life safety, right? You will go home every day safe. So I have to hold them, the applicant, accountable to meeting the prescriptive adopted fire codes and the additional requirements Fire Marshal Blais and the County Fire Marshal's Office has put on the project. We are beholden to review to that. So that's a lot of words for, we don't have enough information to say it's compliant with the code. We will require that it be done to our satisfaction before we recommend approval or denial to Fire Marshal Blais and his team. But even if we are satisfied and say the applicant has met all the applicable codes and standards and safety measures, we sit on the committees that write these codes and standards. We know where the codes are going. And so we know the iterative process and the most recent losses we study every day. Even if we recommend approval, Fire Marshal Blais can still say, no, I'm not satisfied. Right? So it will be, I fully expect, an iterative process. We will probably have 2 or 3, if not 4 rounds of plan review and comments back and forth to get to where we can make a decision based upon the adopted codes and standards. Yes, you are compliant. We do not have enough information to do that now, but my safety background and our safety check and our backstop is, do you meet the codes, yes or no? That's a binary decision, right? And right now the answer is no, because we're not at that place. That's a long-winded answer. I apologize if I didn't get to where you needed me to be.
Oh, thank you. Not the easiest question. One last question. So how long, you must have thought about it, planned it, ATAR. How long do you feel that you will be involved in this project? How long will it take to get to the point where all questions are answered? And are you under contract for that length of time?
I forgot how long the term of our contract. I think the term of our contract is only to do the review. We can resolve that piece later. We would be more than happy to continue to represent the Fire Marshal's Office, as we do with other jurisdictions around the United States, to stay involved through the project, as long as you're willing to have us. You can easily terminate our contract at any point in time. We intend on staying all the way through, right? We are as interested and vested in the community here. My wife wants to be buried here. So she's blowing up my phone about it. So we'll be here as long as you'll have us to make sure not only we're safe now, but as we've discussed, the technology and the safety measures will continue to change. We learned about Moss Landing. We've learned it every single time one of these incidents happened, what went right and what went wrong, right? And so there is language in the fire code under sections 102.8, 102.9, matters not provided for, right? So even though it might not be prescriptively written, if we have something new that we learn between today and even when we were in final commissioning, we still have legal, Fire Marshal Blais still has legal authority to say, you shall, right? So as we learn things, they may be required, the applicant may be required to actually implement additional safety measures if other losses occur and something new is learned. And that is for the duration of the fire code. That's the key point. The fire code is a maintenance code. You shall maintain it this way to these level of safety measures for the duration. The building code is, hey, once you build it, you're done, right? So that's the key trick point of a fire code compliance. And that's what we do. That's what I've been doing for 30 years is every day we have to go out and make sure it still is the same. We know that these smoke detectors over our head will work and let us know something bad is happening because it's required to be operational at all times.
Thank you. That answers my question.
Thank you, sir.
Any other commissioners have questions? I have a question for one of the parties of standing, and I wonder if Mr. Thompson could come up. I believe you presented yesterday. Thank you very much, and I wonder, do we need to re-swear? Yeah, since you were sworn yesterday, will you agree to tell the truth today?
Yes, sir, I will.
Thank you very much. The question I have is to add a little bit of color to the transfer of development rights process and your current thoughts. And let me make sure I understand it correctly. You have submitted an application to transfer the development rights for significant acreage that really dwarfs this facility. It's kind of a large acreage between Rancho Viejo, San Marcos, and El Dorado. And I wonder if you can talk a little bit about the process and your thoughts. One of the submitters yesterday, she drew some cartoons with her mouse saying,
Right.
This is what a development could look like. And I know you would not hire Ms. Foma to do your design work, but I'm wondering if you could just talk about the null alternative. If this project were not to go in and there were to be development, full development in that area, what is the concept and what are you looking to do with the TDRs? Sorry, long question, but I just want to open it up.
That's all right. There's a zoning line that runs between the northwest corner of El Dorado and the state land leases, those three sections that come in there. And to the north of that line is the community college district. So that will have continued development in that area, and that's compact development with 50% open space. To the south of that line is zoned 1 unit per 20 acres. That's the rural fringe zone. Down in the very southwest corner of that tract, along the San Marcos, where San Marcos joins it there, there's a couple of hundred acres, 250 acres that's zoned 1 unit per 40 acres. In addition, so that's where the majority of those TDRs will come, is in that area. Along State Road 14, between the jail site and the San Marcos subdivision, the Turquoise Trail Charter School, there are 2 sections there that are zone mixed use. So those will be excluded from the TDRs. And also we want to have the ability for someone in the future to come in and build a house and have a ranch out there. So we're going to reserve 4 parcels within there for a family compound or ranch, so that it has some functional use other than just cattle. And right now, and so there's a little bit of flexibility on what happens there. So if we don't do the TDRs, 1 unit per 2.5 or per 20 acres yields about 400 units. With the auxiliary dwelling units, we will be about 800 units. So if we do the TDRs, we're going to reserve four parcels out there, and the rest of it's going to become open space. And so that came out to 5,707 acres. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. And so the way the transfer of development process works, and I could ask you or I could ask staff, but my understanding is that if you were to go through with this transfer of development rights, then it would not be possible, even though it's rural fringe and you can build a home and an ADU on a 20-acre parcel, you would transfer those rights to possibly to a place where, to a bank, and then the county could transfer them to another development in an area that can be more densely I'm just trying to sort
That's
out.
correct. We will sever those from the land. So the development rights will be gone. And in the document that does that, we will restrict the uses. For instance, we're going to allow for the ongoing cattle grazing. There's a desire to put a trail through there along the old New Mexico Central. So we're going to allow for that. There may be a road connection or two that needs to be made, so we're going to allow for that to go forward in the future. But other than those items that are in that document, that's it forever. And those who can't put the TDRs back on the land, they have to go to a receiving area. And
Yeah, and I just wanted to bring it up. Thank you very much. I just want to bring it up because a number of the folks who were in opposition were concerned about water use, were concerned about basically development. And so in this process, if this, I know that this TDR process is not necessarily tied to this, but that is a potential future use, a future state where if this project were approved and the rights would be transferred to another area, then a large portion of the area would stay the same, and there would be not the water use, not the development that would otherwise possibly occur.
that's correct. I think if you fully develop that property, you'd probably use 800 or 400 acre feet or 200 acre feet a year of groundwater, and this way you're going to use virtually none. And to my way of thinking, the reason I pursued this was I thought it was a perfect mix, the solar and the open space, that the communities of El Dorado and San Marcos would know that this space was open forever. It's always been a concern of theirs. And it would solve that problem. And if I can get it while I'm still done, while I'm still involved, then that's good. I doubt anybody else in my partners would pursue this line of thinking.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your long-term perspective. Thanks.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda, we have matters from the attorney.
Actually, Mr. Chair, before I provide any comments, and just to keep matters clean, I'd ask that you go ahead and close the public portion of tonight's hearing.
Okay, so
you can do that without
thank you.
a
So
motion.
we're now at the end of the public portion of the public hearing portion of this proceeding. And does that need a motion or?
No, you can
Okay,
make
thank
that
you.
determination.
That's now closed. Matters from the attorney.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, you are authorized to go into executive session for the purpose of entering into deliberations on today's administrative adjudicatory proceeding. That authority is provided both in the SLDC and also in the Open Meetings Act, specifically Section 10-15-1, subsection H3. If you choose to go into deliberations, a motion to that effect should be made. I would ask that whoever moves does specify NMSA section 10-15-1 H3 so that it's clear. Yes, I'll give you time to write it down.
Mr. Chairman?
And I would also suggest or ask that, assuming there is a second, or if there is a second to the motion, that it be put to a roll call vote.
Mr. Chair, I move that in accordance to NMSA Section 10-15-1, H3, I move that our deliberation in this administrative adjudicatory proceeding be conducted in a closed session. My motion is that we go to executive session for the sole purpose of deliberating on the case, and that we return to and reopen the public hearing for the purpose of taking any final action on the application.
So we have a motion and a second. We now would have a roll call vote to go into executive session. Commissioner Pava?
No, I object to conducting business that's not transparent on this case. Thank you.
Commissioner Meyer?
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Yes.
We'll now go into executive session, and I'm not sure how long this is going to take, but we'll be in executive session until further notice. Thank you. Thank you very much. I wonder, may I have a motion to come out of executive session?
Mr. Chair, I move that we come out of executive session and reopen the public meeting. I note that while in executive session, we deliberated on the case number 24-5200 and did not discuss any other matters.
May I get a second? We have a motion and a second to come out of executive session. Roll call vote. Commissioner Pava?
Yes.
Commissioner Meyer?
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yes.
Commissioner Obo? Yes. Commissioner Trujillo? And Commissioner Bruger?
Yes.
So we are now back in the public hearing. Commissioners, do we have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion on case number 24-5200. We think this case is properly before us as a CUP application because this is a commercial solar energy production facility. The other things I want to say about this is ATAR Fire consultant gave an extensive review of the fire department plan and listed over 90 concerns that have to be addressed before they can get a final approval. The applicant gave a compelling presentation of the solar installation and fire suppression equipment to mitigate any fire hazards. The landowner is considering leaving 5,000 acres around the solar project undeveloped. The concerns of the many groups of individuals that were taken into consideration before making this decision. Therefore, I would make a motion to approve case number 24-5200 with staff conditions.
Thank you, Commissioner Gonzalez. Do we have a second for that motion?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Commissioner Pava.
Chair, Planning Commission members, we also want to remind you of the request of the 12-month extension for the expiration of the CUP.
I believe that is a staff condition, isn't it? Or
It's not a condition. It was just an additional request with the approval.
Commissioner Gonzalez, would you be willing to add?
Yes, I would be willing to add that a 12-month extension be included also.
And are you good, the seconder?
Yes, I concur.
Thank you. So with that amended motion and second, let's call a roll call vote.
Commissioner Obo?
On the motion. I'm sorry. Say again, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm just asking yea or nay on the vote.
For me?
Yes.
Yay.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yes.
Commissioner Bruger?
No.
Commissioner Mayer?
Yes.
Commissioner Perard? Commissioner Pava?
Yes.
Trujillo? Yes. Motion passes.
Thank you. Thank you all for your participation. And I also want to thank staff for their excellent support, both yesterday and today, in managing this process. Next on the agenda is our next scheduled meeting. Yes, so the next scheduled meeting is February 20th, and motion to adjourn.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
So we are adjourned. Thank you very much.